Welcome everyone, welcome. We're coming at you live from the Astral Lands, broadcasting at 6,000 kbps a second, which Twitch does not like, but who cares what Twitch wants? We'll figure out how to limit it on Twitch and allow it to do its thing on YouTube, as you do. But first, my friends, we have some big news. As you can tell up there in the top left-hand corner, the Kickstarter goal has been updated. We are 124% funded. 124% funded. How awesome is that? I'm going to put on some chroma key for myself, because I have been really enjoying Kevin Moore again. Specifically his demos from when he was doing... Yeah, give me that sweet Kevin Moore. So I can get into those late night vibes. We're gonna be doing... What am I doing? Where am I? There I am, right? Yeah. Soundproof blankets up, everything's going. Hi. So yeah, people, 124% funded. We smashed through that first stretch goal. Stretch goal, that's the word, right? So we've got that first stretch hole handled, just absolutely handled, manhandled even. So thank you, all of you out there in the Dreamlands, what have you, for being amazing, and not just amazing, fucking amazing, and having impeccable taste while you're at it. So we did a cover reveal. Those who were able to be here for last night's stream were able to see this cover get done. There's still going to be some title stuff to be added and whatnot, but the basic cover is done. There we are. There's your recap. I think the cover turned out pretty dope. Wow, what a moment to enter the chat. Right? You love it. How you doing, my friend? I hope you're doing well, despite all the bad news that happens every single minute of every day. But despite getting pretty political yesterday, we're going to aim to be a little more chill this stream. We're not going to be talking as much about AI. I just had a lot to say last night. And you guys were my captive, literally captive audience. But 124% funded. It's incredible. But we're going to be putting out more lore videos and stuff. I'm going to be axing the Monday night show just so I can get more of that done. I'm doing all right, man. How are you and yours? We're doing pretty good. The Kickstarter doing well is a big part of why we're doing good, but, you know, it's all relative, right? There's food in our bellies, there's a roof over our heads, and a lot of folks are struggling right now, and solidarity out to those people who aren't doing as well. You know, we might be struggling too, but at least we're struggle busing somewhere, you know, and not stuck in some kind of rut, you know, or in a state that criminalizes your very existence or what have you. So solidarity out to our working class friends. Absolutely. Yeah. So it's always important when we're hearing all this doom and gloom, you know, bad people doing bad things, because that is what bad people do when they're allowed to do it. we have to remember what we do have and center ourselves, I guess. You know, you have to remember not only what we do have, but what we can do to make a difference in the world too. You know, for me, that's using my skills, you know, outside of working on this comic, which, you know, does have a good message in it, but, you know, using my skills, like my writing skills. Why am I getting so many ads? I guess I need to go to YouTube Music so that I don't want those ads getting into the mix if my headphones are just loud. Exactly. Use what you have to help where you can. Exactly. Find your niche. You know? Find your niche and do the thing. Find your niche and do the thing. I think I'm just going to have to buy... Ooh. Yes. Yes, Kevin Moore. One of his is on YouTube Music, so fuck yeah. I'm gonna have to buy all his chroma key demos. Apparently, Smith, I don't know if you follow Kevin Moore from OSI, X Dream Theater, or what have you, but I learned last night, I did a rabbit hole while I was working on this cover right here into Kevin Moore, because I'm like, what happened to him? He was, I know he was doing Patreon with his chroma key project, and it looked like it was going really well. Within, like, days, he had, like, $2,000 a month or something. And then I learned that he got his doctorate. Now he's up in North Dakota practicing as a psychiatrist. So, like, simultaneously, like, I'm glad he's doing well. Apparently, Kevin Moore is a good human being. And, like, there were so many wholesome posts on, like, Reddit posts, like, replies to... like, hey, where is Kevin? Why hasn't he posted on his Patreon? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it's probably because music is not really paying the bills, so he had to do something else. And the kind of music that he makes is very moody. It's very thoughtful. You know, I like that kind of music. I dig his chroma key stuff. Even from, like, the 90s when all the Dream Theater fans were saying, oh, this shit sucks. You know. But, like, I think that's kind of cool. He was able to redirect, and he's still doing session music and stuff on the side. You know, he's probably busy with his practice, or, you know, working where he works in North Dakota. But, like, I don't know. I got a little emotional about the idea that, you know, we might not get more Kevin Moore music. More of those moody melodies and, you know, subdued vocals that he does. We might not get more, and I was like strongly considering, even though like I can't do it right now. I can't justify the $20 to buy all of the demos that are. He has 20 demos, and what you do is you purchase. It's like $3 a song at the base level. Like you can pledge more and get more stuff like unreleased music and stuff like that. But, like, yeah, it was like, so he charges you once, you download the music, and you have it forever. And you never get charged again. Like, I don't know, I think that's a really cool way to be as an artist, but it probably doesn't pay the bills, unfortunately. But he's got fans, you know, people who love what he does. It kind of shines a light on how poorly musicians are treated in the music industry with Spotify and everything. Like, if you're in a more niche genre, it's very hard to make money, any kind of money. And, like, it's been that way for authors, too, for a long time. Like, science fiction authors really can't... Even your big popular names, unless they're New York Times bestsellers, they're not making their living off of that, you know? Off their science fiction books. So, I want to show you guys some other stuff that I did. Clue you into my layout style, because I don't think I've done layouts on here in at least a month and some change. Depends on how much my schedule for other gigs interrupted. So we're doing layouts for Chapter 3. And I'm working on a new, I guess, setup. So this is page 2. I've already altered the script, though. You can kind of tell where I'm going with these, though. But yeah, I was up really late one night. And then bam. But, peanut butter jam. But we're going to work on those a little later today. But for now, we're going to work on some rewards for the Kickstarter because I'm going to owe some people some bookmarks. So we better get those done before those rewards come in and come due. Because I want to be able to, as soon as that Kickstarter is done, we're done. We're sending it off to the printers. We're getting those print PDFs ready. We're functioning just like a publisher. You know, we're taking advanced orders, basically. Everything's fucking done. That's all we're doing. Everything's done or so close to done it doesn't matter. That's where we're at. Where is the bookmark? Where's the bookmark I did? Reward mockups, bookmarks. All right, we're gonna use this. We're gonna use this as our basis for our file. So this is going to be the basis for our Geist, for Geist's bookmark. Fuck it. No, not bitmap. We're going to be doing 4. No. Yeah, I think I have to check the Kickstarter. I don't want to say 4 and be like, but you said over here. Rewards. Let's take a look. Did I say I was going to do 5 or 4? 5 bookmarks. Okay, we're doing Keelan, Geist, Viren, Ryza, and Kinzoku. So we're going to do Geist tonight because I haven't drawn him in a while and I feel like drawing him. And I do what I want because I'm an adult. But once again, if you are new here, maybe you don't know this, but we like to hear your scary stories. The stories that go bump in the night or what have you. We do a variety of things here, though. We don't just do that and draw. We also have an old man react. And what that is you give me a prompt. Tell me, hey, I would like you to do X, Y, or Z as your old man character. You know, it's react to this or react to this sentence. Read this sentence off. I need something to feed off of to make that work, though. Know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right. Gonna pin that. I have to do my own mod stuff real quick. And wife is home. Can I edit it? I cannot edit it. But yeah, huge that we are 124% funded. It's so fucking dope. We're gonna hit 200% before long. Keeping at it, you know? Love that. Love that. Character turnarounds. Need Geist's turnarounds. His is the one that has changed the least as far as like how I draw him. Keelan's probably has changed the most, which makes sense. But yeah, to finish what I was saying, if you want to share a scary story that happened to you, a ghost story, spoopy, doesn't matter what genre, let me know. Drop it in the comments or the chat down below, and I'll read it off in a pleasing cadence. That's what we do here. I have to think about what kind of pose do I want him to be in for this. And is it flipping the camera off? Because that is very Geist. Hello, new friend. What's up, first time chatter? How you doing? Would you like to share a ghost story? I saw you in Grimm's chat. Oh, cool, cool. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. We're just getting started for the night. I have a scary story. Ooh. It's not a ghost. That's fine. I scared the crap out of an old friend of mine with a story I told the other night. And it was a true story. But go ahead. When I was 12, I used to go hunting with my dad out in the woods for a month at a time. Ooh. Need some reference. Oh, that is a problem, isn't it? One second, I'm looking at some reference to get this pose correct. We would sleep in our tree stands, but we didn't have good ones. They were planks nailed to the tree, so you'd dangle your legs while hugging the tree and sleeping. We were in Florida, and the cicadas were screaming all night. It was really hard to sleep, but then they all stopped at once. Absolute silence fell, and we could hear walking. Love it, love it. Or don't love that for past you, how's that? But love the story. The steps got closer, and I looked to my dad, who put his finger to his lips. Waiting for the next part. Three men walked right under our tree stands. They weren't wearing hunting gear, just street clothes, backpacks, and all of them carried assault rifles. Ooh, no bueno. My dad put his whole hand over his mouth. I was a really good kid and knew that meant don't even breathe too loud. They walked on, just like that, farther into the woods, and the cicadas started screaming again. Wow. We didn't sleep and left in the morning. I don't blame you. That's terrifying. That is truly terrifying. You know, often we talk about these paranormal stories, and many of them may in fact be true. Not a ghost story, but real stories with real possible consequences are rough too. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, we talk about these ghost stories, and many of them may be true. I've definitely had strange experiences, but I've never been hurt by those experiences. But I'll tell you, I've felt threatened and felt danger from my fellow humans way more than I've ever felt threatened by the paranormal or even a shadow person, even if the presence isn't welcoming, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to believe in ghosts. You're not allowed? Well, to each their own, I suppose. Not being allowed, I mean. I have epilepsy, and that causes visual, auditory, and physical hallucinations. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I don't have any of those things, and don't even have sleep paralysis. I won't allow myself to believe. Okay, okay. I've had a lot of strange experiences. Some I've talked about on the show, some I've not talked as much about. I think I've told pretty much all of my weird ghost stories. But again, never been harmed by disembodied footsteps or any of the other strange things I've encountered. You know? And in fact, in a lot of my books, although there are strange things and entities that can devour you or transform you into a Shoggoth, you know, it is typically the humans that are causing the problems. In fact, it's always the humans. I can share fun hallucination stories. Absolutely. The weird doesn't mean just one genre of weird. Let's call it an open line show. You can share whatever strangeness, hallucination or otherwise. Lots of people share their DMT experiences, for example. A couple of our friends are obsessed with telling us about them, and you know, we're all for that. They're fun. But I'd like to hear your stuff for a while. Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, so and I don't do this every show where I talk about my own experiences, just because I don't want people to get burned out on them, especially if we have a lot of regulars in the chat or whatnot. But tonight seems like a good night to start off with some of my own experiences. Oh, yes. And considering that we just had that we're having that ad, I'll just wait a little bit. So those of you on YouTube who are watching, sorry, you're going to have to wait just a little bit longer for our Twitch friends to catch up to us. Actually, I think I want to move this down a little bit, which will allow me to fix the proportions a little bit as I warm up. Welcome back, everyone. Let me know when you are back, and I'll begin the first of my experiences. Back. Okay. So the first experience that I had was when I was in elementary school or shortly beforehand. I was staying in the back bedroom of our rancher in Southern California, specifically Bloomington, California. And basically, our room was a giant rectangle, and it was on an add-on that my dad put onto the house. And our bunk bed was against the back wall and in the very corner towards the, I guess, the west side of the house, the western wall of the house. And I could clearly see a sliding glass door that pointed toward the backyard. And I remember one night I was laying in bed trying to go to sleep. It was my bedtime. And I saw in the backyard a silhouette against the sliding glass door. It was a top hat and a trench coat, and it was entirely black. There was no definition that I can recall. And I was just struck with absolute fear. Absolute fear of whatever was there. And I remember covering my head with the blankets like you do when you're a child and trying to go to bed, trying to go to sleep best I could. Eventually, I did end up going to sleep, and I woke up the next morning, and saw my dad, my brother, and my stepbrother all staring at the bottom right-hand corner of the sliding glass door, which was now cracked, shattered. Now, come to find out years later, after many other paranormal experiences, which I will be explaining shortly, at least until the next ad break, that is something that a lot of people see, and it's called the Hat Man. I've seen the Hat Man many, many times. Or actually, I've seen the Hat Man once, but I've seen shadow people, other things like the Hat Man, many, many times. So, seeing the Hat Man was, and a lot of people online, and I don't really put stock into the different theories that people have about shadow people or the Hat Man or anything like that. Mainly because how the fuck do we know? You know, how do we know these aren't just hallucinations or something? And I always tell people, take even my stories with a grain of salt, because memory is fallible. Just remember, demons can't hurt you if you don't believe in them. I mean, yeah, I haven't had a paranormal experience in a long time. I don't really seek it out, and the weird things that happen to me now are more spread out. They're not as they're like feeling like I'm being watched or something like that. You know, weird feelings here and there. That's my favorite joke superstition. Right. But that house was very strange. And what they say typically about the Hat Man is, like, you're typically visited when something bad is going to happen, and something bad had already happened. I just didn't know it. You know, my mom, and I am not trying to trauma bond with anyone in chat, just so you know, I am well adjusted. I'm good. My mom was in hospice from the time I was 2, and I didn't know it. My mother-in-law, or not my mother-in-law, my stepmother, on the way back from running errands or something in 5th grade, just casually mentioned to me that, oh, by the way, I'm not your real mom. So that's how I found that out. She died in hospice, and I was never allowed to meet her. My dad was kind of a piece of shit, actually. And the thing is with this is, like, there were, like, my childhood was very traumatic, and I had there was a lot of abuse in it. Long story short, there was a lot of bad things in it, and my mother did die December 2000 and stuff. So, you know, you could look at that and you could say that that's confirmation that the Hat Man does indeed visit people who are bound to have tragedy in their lives, but everyone has tragedy in their lives, you know. Everyone does. My friend Elias, who was in here talking about his own shadow people experiences, Hat Man experiences specifically, told me a very similar story of having seen the Hat Man out a back sliding glass door pointed towards a backyard that his cousin also saw. The trauma I talk about is the trauma I'm okay with. Right. I mean, I'm only giving context for, you know, for why I would think, at least years ago when I was processing all these different experiences and trying to explain them, which I can't, because there's no way to measure these things. We don't even know if they're real. Oh yes, I understand. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, wife, for the lurk and the dancing emote. But that's all to say that Elias had the same experiences, and Elias grew up in the same city, in Bloomington, California. Southern California, that area, Fontana, you know, around there. And he saw the same thing. Is that wifey? Yes, it is. Original Quinn is my wifey. So yeah, say hi to Quinn. I believe she's going to be streaming tonight, and I'll have to pop over there soon to... She'll be my second lurk stream while I stream with ice cream. We don't have ice cream, though. I just wanted to say ice cream. But, So it was kind of interesting. Like he was dumbfounded that that we had a literally the same experience, a similar, not literally, but you know, very, very, very similar in the same area in a similar time period because we're a similar age. You know, it's crazy. But that house, which was built for us, had a lot of strange things happen. My brother, years later, told me that he saw shadow people there, and I don't think he was lying. He lies about a lot of things, but I don't think that was one of them. I remember them burning a satanic Bible or something to him and his friend. An oddity lining up can always be curious. Yeah, absolutely. So I don't really follow the idea that a lot of like people who talk about the paranormal usually try to explain it for their audience. They tell their audience what to think. And I don't like that, you know? I think it's fun to speculate, it's fun to talk about, it's a nice break from reality, but it should not become your reality, if that makes sense. And sure, there are, you know, interesting things that you can ask about the universe. For example, I have raised the question that are shadow people, are ghosts, you know, like residual activity from humans that have somehow made an impact on space-time the same way that we can record things on a videotape or a CD or, you know, recorded material. Is this a quantum effect of the universe, or spooky action at a distance, or quantum non-locality in action? I like looking into and studying lore, but from the humans trying to explain their surroundings and happenings. I like both. Because what if some of that lore is really, like, what if some of that stuff is a real phenomenon that they're experiencing and part of a real science? What if ghosts, like specifically the kind that repeat over and over again, are actually a function of space-time? And that would be really cool, I think. But, you know, I have no, like, evidence. It's just an out there idea to use for a horror story that I did use for a horror story. I love challenging lore, but also the idea that changeling lore. Yeah, the changelings were a way to explain depression and autism before we knew what those things were. Well, that's why you're a writer. Exactly. You know, but it could be that one day we will discover that dark matter, much the way it's discovered in the Neo-Rackham and Echoes and XGR timeline, that it's the dark matter web is a function of our universe. Maybe we discover that there are forms of consciousness that are like Cthulhu or something like that, you know. Forces of conscious nature that can just rip everything apart just by looking at it weird. But, you know, we have enough scary things in the world to think about. Side note, you know what's cool about drawing monsters and not people? No. What's cool about that? Anatomy can die. Well, I mean, yes, but also, you can, if you have a good sense of anatomy, you can twist it and bend those anatomical rules to your own rules and reconstruct it. You can stack rib cages on top of each other and types of deltoids and stuff like that. You can do all sorts of cool stuff. I know my weakness, but I'm working at it. Hey, you know, we all had to start somewhere, and that's okay. But just because you don't know one of those fundamentals doesn't mean you shouldn't create art. You know, all throughout art school, I had instructors that were telling me, you know, you should throw all of your old artwork away. You should be willing to throw it all away. And I really disagree with that. I'm really good at flowers. Yeah, you're good at things. I am 25 years into my journey. Well, you know, I have been wanting to make comics for the longest time. Since I was 12, I've wanted to make comics. And I've given, like, at one point, I was going to give up. I wasn't going to do it because I didn't think I was good enough. And then with this project, everything finally clicked. Like, I've always been pretty good at drawing. You know, I could say that. I was pretty good at drawing. I was pretty good at painting, you know, and I got really good at making book covers and painting those. But, you know, imposter syndrome is a hell of a thing. I've got a comic storyboard, and I touch it now and again, but it's just a work in progress. Yeah. But one day, you might have a moment after you've studied for years and years and years and realize, wow, I think all this stuff just clicked as you're working on it, you know? Maybe you'll just get the urge to say, fuck it, and design your stuff. So, I do the art for our home D&D campaigns, and we have them on the wall, and I don't mind it so much anymore. Yeah, sometimes that can be nerve-wracking, but you know what? The imposter syndrome is such a pain in the ass. I let that control me for many, many years, and I will never allow it. Because if I continued to let my imposter syndrome get the best of me, I wouldn't have a successful Kickstarter now. I wouldn't be 124% funded, you know? You don't have to do professional art. You don't have to have the goal of doing professional art or doing art professionally. But, like, do your comic. Do your comic 100%. Like, you might find through doing your comic, because comics are such a wonderful medium. It is my favorite storytelling medium, I have to tell you. I did art commissions for characters for 5 to 6 years and made a decent beat, but I'm like 8 years retired and going back. Practicing circles and basic shapes a lot. Yeah, I've had to retrain multiple times. I tried doing commissions, just could not motivate myself to do them. Like, I'm bad at doing that because I had to realize something about myself, and that's my imposter syndrome was so bad that I was like, I don't know if I trust myself. I don't know. Do you really want this? Is what I say to myself sometimes. And that's not good. And it's hard for me to motivate myself with my ADHD to work on anything artistic that isn't my own stuff. Like, I really have to try, and I have to get excited about the project. You know, that's just how my ADHD works. Like, I want to be working on my storytelling stuff, my worlds, you know. Is this what I want to do forever or a time? Yeah. And you know, even with this campaign, I've been not kind to myself. You know, like, every time someone pledges over the typical amount, I'm like, oh, is that a scammer or is that just a friend being nice? You know? But let me tell you something. If your friends were if your friends pledge to your Kickstarter at all, which is rare, unless you have some really nice friends, they're not gonna get the highest tier. And I had multiple people, some of them complete fucking strangers, pledging for the first 2 high tiers. The third high tier is really a massive expenditure, so I don't really expect anyone to do it. But I put it together as a, hey, if you want all my books and want all this cool shit, go for it. And you were saying, I found myself enjoying writing more, and I switched to short stories for a long time. It's the feel bad, like, do I deserve this? Yeah. But also, you know, the interrogating the good thing that just happened, you know? Which is not great. You know, and I realized that I need to be nicer to myself and accept that people like this thing that I made and want this thing. That, you know, I was right with you about enjoying writing more for a long time. Even in the middle of art school, I had that realization that I'm more of a writer, or at the time I thought I'm more of a writer than I am an artist. And slowly that became, you know, what it is now. I'm a storyteller, and I don't care what medium it is that I'm working in. I want to work in it. And right now, I'm digging comics. So I want to make a monthly comic, and I want to do that and be successful at it and pay my bills at it. That's my goal. Realizing that you can be both or more, absolutely. And I am very proud of the books that I have written. The books, like, even the ones that haven't been released yet. And it is a yet, because, like, editing takes a while. Nothing worth releasing is instantaneous, let me tell you that. Like, it takes me about 30 days, give or take, to put together a 23-page comic. 23 to 26 pages. I did the math. And I can tell you, this is the most fun that I have had with any project that I've ever done. You know, it's... Yeah, exactly. It is quick, actually. Especially when I'm doing all the artwork, too. And I'm also doing stuff on the side, like book covers for people and stuff. I've got a book cover that I've got to do for my buddy Carl. And because he's going to have a nonfiction book come out. And it's pretty cool. He's really, really excited about it, and I can't wait to hear whatever ridiculous idea he has for his book cover. He wants me to read it first, and I've been focused on the Kickstarter a lot, so I need to get on that and read his book. Because he's a very talented nonfiction writer. Very funny guy, too. And that sounds... Yeah. Yeah, I already read that. I can not read that again. But, you know, it's damn exciting to have the small platform that I have, because I don't have a big platform, you know, and to already be well on my way to smashing that second stretch goal. I'm cleaning while I listen. Yeah. Absolutely. Multitasking. Spaceballs the flamethrower. But, you wanted to hear more ghost stories. So that house that I grew up in was apparently haunted. And, you know, a lot of places in Southern California have history with, like, indigenous populations, you know, being betrayed on them and stuff. So it's not hard to imagine how that would be. Whatever explanation you want to give it, feel free, I guess. But also, that activity followed us to, besides, believe it or not, up to you, but you sound very insightful and are pleasant to listen to. Aw, thank you. Well, I do get the your voice, that is a voice for radio type thing, and that's exactly the vibe we try to embody on this show. So the activity definitely followed us. In 5th grade, My dad got a divorce with my stepmom, the one who in the car told me, by the way, I'm not your real mom. So she moved out, and then we had to move to a mobile home in Grand Terrace. And so we set up there, and long story short, I always felt like I was being watched from the dark portions of that mobile home. Late at night, when I would look behind me at the darkness toward my dad's bedroom, I would always feel like I was being watched, studied, or something. And then when I was basically adopted by some neighbors and moved into a house in Grand Terrace, I again felt like I was constantly being watched. Like, I would go into the bathroom and it felt like I was being followed up and down the hallways and stuff. We had one instance where there was some kind of activity in the house, and I remember us hearing, like, as we thought it was like, because I actually ended up taking my dad to court and winning a guardianship case. So, but for a while, we kept thinking that, oh, thank you, Hesitation Vibes, for the follow. We kept wondering if he was driving by and trying to, like, break into the house and stuff. And one night, we had all the lights off, we were hiding, and it sounded like, and there was the other possibility, it could have been, like, someone we knew who was a friend of the family, or actually family, on my surrogate family side, was into drugs and stuff. So it could have been someone poking around looking for that person. I won't mention them by name to keep everyone's identities, secure and not, like, weird stuff, And we're hiding, and we hear 3 pounds on the walls. And, like, instantly the hair on the back of my neck stands on end, and we run outside. And this house, you couldn't get inside the house, inside the main yard, the backyard, because there was a gate, and it was constantly locked and latched and everything. You couldn't reach through the gate even to pound on the wall. And there were 3 pounds, and it's usually 3 too. This is going to be relevant later on. And nobody was there. We checked everywhere. Up and down the sides of the house, the front yard, the street. No one was there. The street was completely fucking empty. And sure, someone could have been hiding, but it was very strange when I was also having these weird experiences where it felt like something was stalking me in the house, something I couldn't see, especially when I was by myself. Like, I would be in the bathroom just doing normal teenager stuff, getting ready for school or getting ready for bed, and I would feel like something was glaring at me, glaring holes through me. And finally one night, it all came to a head in a dream where, and, like, this sounds weird, believe me, it does. But in the dream, I woke up in the and Hesitation Vibes is a very familiar name. I'm trying to remember, like, where have I seen that before? But that's beside the point. Thank you for following again. But I woke up in the dream in the old mobile home room. I was in the room, and it was a mess. It was trashed. There was broken toys and stuff, electronics, you name it, clothes shredded all over the floor. And the bunk beds that I told you about in the beginning of this story, and we're coming up on an ad break in 1 minute, in the beginning of this story, blocked the exit. And something like an energy being in the dream, that's what it looked like, crashed through the window and tried to envelop itself around me. And at the time, I was religious, so I shouted religious things to get it to leave. And I am no longer religious, I can tell you that, and I don't believe in that stuff anymore. So, I think a lot of times, if this stuff is real at all, which I urge you to take with a grain of salt, our intention is what matters the most. If your intention is to get rid of a thing, you're more likely to succeed if you're believing that you're going to get rid of said thing, if it's real at all. But anyway, I will finish this story once we come back from break, because there's not enough time. Please remember that we did not choose the sponsors for the show. We were dragged into a back alley at knife point and forced to show you their wares. Also, fuck AI. And those of you who are on YouTube, thank you for sticking with us. I don't control where ads are placed on YouTube, unfortunately. So allow me to actually get some work done here. Give my voice a break too. Peek behind the curtain. If you're just joining us on YouTube, we're working on a bookmark, which will be a Kickstarter reward. Man, I haven't drawn him in a long time. Alright, welcome back, everyone. Alright, so where did I leave off? I was being encased in the dream in some energy being's body, question mark, and then throwing like religious things at them to get them to drop me. And eventually they did, and then I woke up and had to go to school. But the interesting thing about that is all the activity stopped. I stopped feeling like I was being watched. I stopped feeling like I was being followed. The paranormal stuff stopped for a really long time. That was basically the end of my paranormal experiences for a while. And I was okay with that because they were getting really annoying. And like, usually my goal for anything paranormal is to get rid of the thing, for the activity to stop, is usually my goal. I'm trying to get these eyebrow horns, yes they are horns, to look right. So years would pass. I would go to art school, a for-profit school. Do not go to a for-profit art school like the art institutes used to be, or probably still are. I don't know. Good thing is my student loans got forgiven because they scammed the shit out of a bunch of people and the federal government. So, haha. And yes, we're all tired of AI. It's not just an echo chamber. Most people are tired of AI. It is a pretty popular position right now, unless you're extremely lazy. So, I never went to school for art. Yeah, I did. And while that's not like the... I'll talk about that experience more. Specifically, how AI suckered me into that. 'Cause they basically told me, you can be the next Jim... you can be the next Stan Lee. You can be that by going here. And they didn't even have an illustration degree. You know, it was animation. And, like, animation, while storyboarding is similar to comics, it's not the same thing. And, like, I didn't like animating. I still don't, like, I'm okay with it. Like, I enjoy it more than I used to. It's not the same. Yeah, absolutely. Comics is very different. And I wanted to do comics, specifically comics. And their degree was completely aimed at... It was aimed at churning out people that could do basic 3D modeling work for video games. That's what it was for. That's what your degree was for. And that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do comics and stories and stuff. You know? And it's a good thing this is a warm-up. It's been long enough where I kind of have to rely more on the sheet. No, that's wrong. But so in art school, me and some friends, we were drinking a lot. We might have been kind of depressed. I don't know. I need the keystone here. Jury's out on that, I guess. Basics are basics for a reason, yeah. But my cat really wants in, so let me allow her entry. Yes, baby girl. Come on. Your public awaits. And she has some food. Oh no, I wanted to play that game. Man, the server I play the Isle on is all AI, like rampant, and they don't care. It's... Oh yeah, wow. Okay, back, and it's me, Silent Bob. Made a new account so I can keep Cat and my IRL life separate. That's what I remember. Okay. Alright. The Isle isn't AI. The server I play on relies on AI art for their Discord and site. Ew. Sorry, on the phone with friends, so I can't hear you. That's okay. I guess that's okay. I guess I'll be okay with that. So yeah, oh, thank you for the subscription. It's rough there. Shout out was given to Hesitation Vibes. Thank you so much for the shout out, for giving the shout out. Wife is best mod. Yeah, I was trying to place the name, like, and, like, because you've had a lot of different screen names over the years, so that one makes sense. That makes sense. I'm struggle bussing with these fucking horns, and I'm normally not. It might be time to stop warming up and just go to do the thing. I normally use memory decay, but it wouldn't let me, so this one is usually the second in line to use. Yeah, fair. Absolutely fair. Sometimes I draw where it ends, and that helps. Yeah. Or I'm just having a bad art day, and that's totally fine. But since all the proportions on that are fine, I don't think that's it. I think I just haven't drawn Geist in a long time. And it's okay if I have to redraw all this and redo the pose. I say a lot of bad words when I draw. Yeah. Yeah, I don't... Like, I curse more when I game. Wife can tell you that whenever I'm playing Mega Man X and I'm doing a minimalist run, that's when you'll hear me cursing up a storm. Especially as I enter the Sigma stages, because... Oh, hold on. I made it that time. Eric curses a lot, in general. I do. I do. Not as much as I used to. Definitely. But it is a thing. It is a thing. I don't like these eyes. But thank you everyone for being here. And hesitation, I don't think you saw, but we hit 124% funding on the Kickstarter. Smash through that first stretch goal, so there's a cover gallery going to be added to the first, the standard edition of Chapter 1. So that's pretty fucking dope. Also, I got some Final Fantasy 14 shit to do, so I might be hit or miss chatting, but I'll have the stream up at least, and hell yeah. Awesome. Enjoy your game. We are a fully lurker-friendly stream, so there we go. So Bracken wanted to know about some of my paranormal experiences, and I was running through the gamut of them, slowly getting towards Ghost Road, and there are some in there that I think you haven't heard. At least, I don't think you've heard these, so they'll be a treat for you as well. And I'm just gonna rotate this as you do. And let me check this resolution. I think it's 600 DPI. I want to make sure, though. 300, that's fine. Excellent story. Time will help me be entertained as I run dungeons. By the way, that's my favorite part of digital art. I call it cheating. It's not cheating. You would just have to take many more steps to get there if you were doing traditional. I was talking with Syrups in her stream, or their stream, about how we, a lot of people shit on tracing, but there's an entire genre of work in the animation industry for tracing, and it's called rotoscoping. We have light boxes to trace our own artwork and to trace other things. Like, tracing is, no, but like saying it. It's not, but I like saying it. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Rotoscoping, yeah. Yeah. As long as you know, I think that's fine. I say a lot of shit just because it's fun. And we're buffering, saving recovery information, and I'll probably have to push that back up to 200 undos now that I have a different. Just gonna sculpt away at this. It's a skill. Yeah, absolutely. And, like, I don't do a lot of tracing, but it is a valid way to learn forms, to learn anatomy and stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. But anyway, getting back to, I think he's starting to look more like Geist now. Getting back to the story. Also to remember your own art after a time. Oh yeah, yeah. Especially, like, when you're working off, I can usually eyeball the keystone and stuff. But I can already tell I'm going to have to tweak this just a little bit, because his keystone, the keystone I drew, isn't exactly where it should be. That's because I spent all of last chapter not drawing him. I was drawing other characters, getting used to drawing Ryza and stuff like that, so... And then his nose is a little bit smaller. Plus, I can just resize shit instead of having to erase. Or you would have to use a lightbox, copy the things that you like, and then resize after that. Which would be kind of a pain in the ass. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Like, there are a lot of things that you would have to do the convenient things we're able to do with digital art. But one thing I love in old movies that I feel like we've kind of lost is matte paintings for backgrounds in films. Like, that shit. That is an art, and that should have never gone away, because, like, especially in the first Alien film, it is incredible what we were able to do. Like, this whole... I'm a big fan of that first Alien film. It is one of my favorite films of all time. I think it is a masterpiece. And, like, that whole space jockey sequence is probably the greatest Lovecraftian thing ever put to film. Like, I say Lovecraftian because it is basically At the Mountains of Madness in space. And then... I did painted rolling backgrounds for musical theater when I was in high school. Big O backdrops on a wheel. Those were fun. Yeah, I'll bet. I'll bet they were fun. Not the same as the scene you were talking about, but still fun. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm almost certain that H.R. Giger painted that, and yeah, it's gorgeous. Like, Giger's paintings were bleak, but some of the most gorgeous things to be ever made in general. And then he's got this... So, okay, back to, I keep getting distracted and, like, trying to think about these angles and stuff. If anyone ever tells you it's really easy to draw and talk at the same time, it is not. It is a skill, of which I have not mastered. And then he's got these shredder horns, basically. This is probably the happiest. Spiky Man, gotta have Spiky Doo. Well, I mean, they are horns. They're horn clusters, so he's got these flesh divots, basically, in his forehead. And then probably something like that. But, so, art school, we were all drinking a lot, and we fancied ourselves. I think Paranormal Activity, the movie, had just come out, and our friend, slash one of my roommates, was talking about it all the time. Like, he was a big fan of this, and, like, it was one of the earliest, like, found footage independent films in the 2000s, at least, that got a lot of attention, I think. That we were aware of, at least. I don't want to say it was the earliest, because it wasn't. There was also the McPherson tape in the 80s. And, of course, you know about the Blair Witch Project, probably. But we fancied ourselves amateur paranormal investigators. And we were drinking and having a good time. It was one of the... it was the one that repopularized, if I can talk correctly, repopularized the genre. Absolutely. I mean, Paranormal Activity launched the found footage films from that age. Oh yeah, absolutely. And, you know, without that film, we probably wouldn't have gotten sleeper hits or cult hits like Tunnel from, I think, 2017, or any of the others that came out in the years. I love found footage films. Like, found footage films get a bad rap. They're absolutely dope. And if you have an idea for a found footage film, you should fucking make it. Make it. Absolutely make it. I've had some ideas for, like, for short films and stuff, found footage short films, and eventually I'd like to kickstart one for the OEI project. And I have a killer idea for one that would be freaky, but it requires a budget. Yeah, absolutely, Hesitation. You should absolutely do it. Make art. Make art. Make your weird analog horror stuff. Make whatever the fuck you want. Even if you have no budget. I had zero budget for any of the analog horror stuff experiments that I make. I won't even call them like there's only one that's an actual short film, because a lot of them were just like, what can I make in my video editor with some art and like limited animation and stuff. And then my friend Sam and Megan helping me out on like vocals and shit. It was a lot of fun though, but it was a stepping stone to other things as well, and that's okay. But give me a cheesy creature feature B movie. Found footage is a chef's kiss on that. Absolutely. There's some Jurassic Park analog on YouTube I've been watching. Go to the end, and happily he's still doing it. Aw, that's great. Like, I really think that the future of media isn't this like corporate AI bullshit, but like just people making shit and supporting each other in a community, you know? I mean, the easiest way we saw this in like during all these protests and everything, how people were boycotting Target and like actually destroying their bottom line. Sometimes you find these really cool things and they gave up halfway through. Yeah, because, like, no one had seen it, or the algorithm wasn't kind to it, or whatever, you know. Or, you know, also, I think, in a lot of cases, we need to rethink our rules in a lot of these communities about self-promotion. You know, self-promotion rules, especially on, like, Reddit and, like, in Discords and stuff, is usually to stop people from being spammy and fucking annoying. But, like, how are you supposed to talk about the art that you do if you don't promote it? You know? And for someone like me, for example, I work all the time, and as an author, when you're telling that author, hey, you need to be in all these communities talking to all these people, that's fucking that sounds fucking exhausting to me. To be doing that 24/7, you know what I mean? So I think because other than that, those creators are relying on algorithm if they can't self-promote. Absolutely, and the algorithm is not kind to people like us. The algorithm has I think so I wrote a script for Courage this week for Lacey's show, and eventually I think we're gonna have her on at some point as a guest, but Courage Stories of Everyday Hope is a activist channel that I write for, and we talk about this shit, you know, about the YouTube algorithm being used to silence leftist channels and stuff like that, or channels that are at least, you know, speaking out against the bullshit that's happening right now. So there are a lot of channels that are saying, hey, you know, our click-through rates on our thumbnails in the back end are the same, but our impressions have cratered. And YouTube is saying, you know, the opposite. They're saying that, oh, people are just not interested in this stuff. But these creators, they have the proof that, you know, nothing's changed with the audience wanting this stuff. People are saying, hey, I can't find your stuff. Hey, I can't find your stuff. YouTube's not showing me. YouTube's not showing me. But YouTube will show you celebrity stuff or conspiracy theory stuff. That seems to be where the YouTube algorithm is right now. And, you know, just like a couple of years ago, it was the best time in the world to start a new YouTube channel. I built my storytelling channel to 2,500 subscribers before I got burnt out because I was working like 3 jobs. And I had to do it by myself, you know. But then something changed in the algorithm, because it doesn't just change every year. It changes sometimes every month, every week, and every single day, sometimes every single Monday. So the billionaires that own these platforms, they don't want you to be successful. They don't care how good your artwork is. They don't care about that stuff. They want to push their AI. They want to push the celebrities that endorse them, you know. And I need to open up a new can of water. Ah. Polar seltzer water is amazing. But yeah. Where was I? Like, knowing that like, just saying, hey, just post your stuff. Just keep posting your stuff. Always post your stuff. Post to Instagram 3 times a day. Do simple edits. Like, I'm doing that. Of course, I'm doing some of that at least. I'm not posting 3 times a day. That's fucking insane. Because I have other things to do. I have other responsibilities. I have this show too to work on. And even though it's just me sitting here and talking and whatnot, I had to make the assets. I had to make my overlay. I had to animate the overlay in Premiere, and at the same time, I'm having to like fight against Adobe wanting to shove its AI down my throat too. It's still stuff to do. It's work. Yeah, it's all work. If you want to have a successful Kickstarter without spending a shit ton of money in the pay-to-play environment, if you want to sell books, especially in a niche like cosmic horror, a couple years ago, my second book, Mind's Horizon, was really easy for me to market with Facebook ads. Like, I was making a lot. His husband invited me on a sushi date when he got home. So, sorry, but I'll be back after. Oh, that's okay. enjoy your sushi date. Absolutely. But yeah, to finish my train of thought, it was really easy with their targeting and stuff, and your ability to limit pools of people and accounts to reach with your paid ads to make a targeted ad that worked. Now, with their stupid AI, I felt bad because you were in the middle of a very good thought. Be back soon. Okay. Sure, absolutely. Enjoy your sushi. And then just rewind to this section or something, or I'll just repeat myself when you're back. That's fine too. But the ad system changed completely when Facebook became Meta and decided to push their new algorithm, their new AI. And now all of a sudden, you can't spend $5 a day to test an ad strategy. You can't target the same people. They got rid of most of the authors. You can't. If you're in cosmic horror, it's probably natural for you to target H.P. Lovecraft or, a bunch of other people like August Derleth or even modern people like Victor Lavallee, probably my favorite modern Cthulhu author, because he wrote Ballad of Black Tom, and it is a intensely political cosmic horror novella, and everybody should read it. But that's beside the point. You could target these people. You could target Stephen King. You could target these people. But now you have a generic horror fiction. You can target horror fiction. You can't target individual authors. All that targeting is gone. And now it's been replaced with an AI that they basically want to shoehorn you into using. And I don't want to use it. Because if you spend only $5 a day, you're not going to get results. You're going to get stuck eternally in training. The algorithm is constantly learning, going back into its learning phase. I see so many posts on Facebook author groups about this shit. How do I use it? And I just decided I don't want to use it. I don't want to use that shit. A, it's destroying the planet, and B, why? Why would I? So it's getting to the point where these other options are not really options anymore for me, and my business, because our budget is a lot lower for things like ads and things like that. So I need a way to be able to reach people organically. So my other option, if I can't pay to play anymore, is, I've got to somehow build up my social presence somewhere and my mailing list. And it's all a lot of work. And I've already built up a mailing list of 1,000+ people, but I'm still learning in that area. So it's all a lot. So, if we want better art, if we want better entertainment, then we need to support indies more. We need to support the people that are not being censored and care about their craft, We need to not support companies like Barnes & Noble, whose CEO came out and said, okay, I'll just allow AI written books, quote-unquote written books, on the shelves. Fuck that noise. Boycott them, let them go broke, and I don't know. Anyway, I was supposed to be talking about Ghost Road, and then we rabbit trailed. So thank you for that. Thank you for that, chat. Enjoy your sushi, though. And give my voice a bit of a break. And recovery information is being saved again. Okay. We are coming upon the next ad break, so I'm going to shut up for a little bit. Please remember, everyone, We did not choose these sponsors. They dragged us into a back alley and forced us at knife point to show you their wares. Okay, he has 7 horns here. I think we need to do a cat tax. Cat tax, cat tax, cat tax, after the break. Those of you who are subscribed, you're still here while I'm drawing and trying to get these fucking horn clusters to look right. Because my dumbass didn't give Geist any speaking parts besides like 1 in chapter 2. I am here, yes, just trying to remember how to play the class I'm leveling. Whenever I step into a new or an old game, like an old save file, I always have to try to remember what the fuck I was doing before I took a month's, years-long break. I've been stuck trying to complete Tales of Phantasia on one of my emulators on my modded Wii for ages, and I get to Deus's castle and then I get busy with something, or I'm not able to play as much or something, you know, and it's always the same thing and I'm always cursing myself about it. Or it's like, you know, picking up Elder Scrolls after ages of not. In 14, you can play any class on your character, so big end game thing is leveling them all to current max level, but man, I haven't played Ninja in like 2 years and I've forgotten most of it. Yeah, that'll happen. And then I'm following a turnaround sheet. And he has this one that's weird looking. Then I'll probably tweak these as well. I probably should have opened up some pages to see how I've been drawing him differently. But I know I've been making the horns spikier lately, because it was a little more... I hadn't figured out how I wanted them to look at the beginning of chapter 1. And I'm okay with that, because, like, it shows how my style's changing and whatnot. But I don't like that, because I like how the design has some asymmetry to it. even if it's just a little bit, it's able to breathe. A lot of times when I am talking about art and how to approach art, 90% of art is seeing. What allows you to see? And what I mean by seeing is visualizing. Because visualizing, despite what some people will tell you, is a skill. It's a skill that you learn through practice and application. So what you're doing whenever you're drilling anatomy or figure drawing or what have you is you're programming yourself, you're giving yourself, you're expanding your visual library through these practices, and so that you can call upon these things while you are designing or while you're doing pages or what have you. And like everything in drawing is a learned skill. Some people are able to, what we call talent is nothing more than people having an easier time at one or two aspects or multiple aspects of art. But you can have someone who's very good at drawing, but is not very good at visualizing or at composition. But you can always learn. Now, one thing that AI is really bad at is composition. And I always reserve the right, if I don't like a drawing I've done the next day, if I don't like some of my work, I reserve the right to get rid of it. And I don't like that this one doesn't have as much personality as because I know I've been drawing these a lot more fluidly. Recently. All right. So I was in the middle of running through all of my paranormal experiences, and I think we'll continue with that theme. We're about to hit 10 o'clock. What's up, Mr. Chisler? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. He's kind of looking down in that shot, too. Interesting that I chose to do it that way last time. I honestly kind of want to rotate this. Sorry guys, there's a reason why this is a warm-up. I'm good, thanks. Wasn't on long, but thought I'd drop by, keep my streak alive, and wish you a good night. Well, thank you, Mr. Chisler. I've been toying with some ideas, since I have a lot of followers and whatnot that would like to see me live, you know, at different times. But it's up in the air, you know. I think this needs to match more closely to the design. As I struggle bus right through this design. I'm just gonna erase all of that side and redo it. Hope you enjoy your night. So I was, like I said, in art school, at the for-profit art school, living in student housing, and all of us decided to become paranormal investigators. We decided to, and it was actually Hesitation Vibes, who is sitting in chat playing Final Fantasy XIV, who told us about this place in Paris, California, called Santa Rosa Mine Road, which he called Ghost Road, affectionately, and that's what we would refer to it as from that point onward. Forevermore, it is still Ghost Road to us, I'm sure. Whenever it comes up in conversation, it's Ghost Road. We all think of it as Ghost Road. So we decided to go out there, and if I am recalling correctly, and since I have an external memory unit in chat right now, they can go ahead and correct me if I'm wrong, but the first night we went out there, we took a case of beer, and nothing really happened. It was pretty uneventful that first night. And if I'm not mistaken, it took about 3 nights for us to get any amount of activity. Yep, 100% always be Ghost Road. Exactly. One of these days, I'm going to request that you drive out there and you drive down Santa Rosa Mine Road to show us what it looks like now. See, I don't think the second night was the Blood Night. I think that happened much later on. But honestly, yeah, I can do that soon. That would be fun, I think. And then we could play it on the movie time screen. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, it took like a few nights for the footsteps to occur. And I'm getting ahead of myself, but the second night was the Jackal night, when that one dude I saw the Jackal. That one dude and I saw the Jackal. Okay. I never saw that. And that might have even been the third night when things ramped up, which was the Footsteps night, too. Yeah, and you know, I didn't see that, so I can't really corroborate the Jackal thing. Because I remember how you described it. You described it as like this hound almost with exposed ribs. Like the mental image that I still have is that it's kind of like a. And this is gonna be sound dumb, but Hound Doom from Hound. Yeah, it leapt over us. I don't remember that at all. I didn't see it, rather. I remember you talking about it. Ooh. And but the thing I do remember is the night of the footsteps, regardless of when it started, because I seem to recall it happening 3 nights in, but memory is fallible. As I say, take things with a grain of salt when it comes to recalling memories, especially from like 10, 15 years ago when we were all drinking very heavily. So it could be either or. But I remember the footsteps. We were hearing these disembodied footsteps whenever we pulled along the side of the car, along the side of the road, and got out. In the grass off the side of Santa Rosa Mine Road, there were footsteps. I might be mixing my memories of the road with yours and mine with Kay and her friends and the first trips I had there. Yeah, I remember some of those. And like, if you want to tell about those when you have a break in your game or something, I'll read those off as well, because they're if nothing else, they're good stories to tell right now. But so we started hearing footsteps in the grass, and so my surrogate brother was with us when this started happening. And he was and has always been pretty reckless when it comes to things like that. And he wanted to experience something because he's apparently never experienced like a paranormal thing. So he really wanted to experience some paranormal stuff. And he decided to go down the hill. And keep in mind what Hesitation just said about seeing something really weird. Even if it's just a silhouette, even if it was a mountain lion and he was mistaken, you know, somehow, even if that's a possibility, like, he saw something weird and he's telling, and there's a sense of danger in the air. All of us are hearing disembodied footsteps in the grass. He decides to go down the hill and crouch there and listens. And we're still hearing them while he's doing this. Oh, wait. What's Jade doing? Oh, she's sleeping at my feet. Because she is best kitty. So he's still down there. We're still hearing these things. Yeah, him going down the hill was the blood night. Because we parked both cars on the corner and one of your old roommates found that dead pig too. I don't remember the dead pig. What dead pig? I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all. This is like... There's a lot of stuff I don't remember, apparently. But what I do remember is us driving up and down the road. I remember you cutting your arm with your switchblade, with your knife. And I remember that. I'll get to that, too. But we would pull off the side of the road, and we would get out, and we would listen for the footsteps. And every time that we did this, they got a little more intense, a little more bold. In the ditch by the corner, one of them found a dismembered dead pig carcass. Had been there a while. Yeah, I don't remember that at all. That's weird. Because I remember we went out there many times, too. Like, we were not smart about how often we went out there, why we went out there. Like, we were trying to get EVP and stuff like that. We thought we were indestructible. And then, like, you believed, or at least you thought there might have been some kind of serial killer out there, too. Should be a little more sketchy. Because, and you, like, pointed out the house, too. And this is a bit of an aside, but there was always the smell of rotting orange peels in the air, and we always associated that with the smell of death. I'm having a lot of trouble with these horns right now. Why? It is what it is. Yeah, Kay and I and her friends found an arm in a plastic bag, called the cops and everything. Crazy. Yeah, now I remember that. Now I remember you saying that. I totally forgot about the arm until you said that. and then we decided to actually go back. This is how dumb we were. Remember, guys, the hypothalamus does not finish developing until you're 26 years old. It was right by the corner. It's what made me try the blood. Okay. So, footsteps. I was on footsteps, though. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Going up and down the road, testing different spots, finding more and more activity with the footstep. That's not true. The brain is constantly developing. That's just a false brain fact. No, the hypothalamus is true, though. It is true that the brain is constantly developing, yes. But there are aspects of it that, like, there are actual, like, I've read scientific papers on this. And sometimes with people who have ADHD, it takes even longer. And this is specifically the parts of the brain that control your risk assessment and your, basically your ability to do, what is it? Yeah, I lost it. Well, whatever. I'll find that research again. Because one of the things that I learned how to do in my deprogramming from the evangelical and young earth creationist movements was read scientific papers. And I've read a few about brain development and whatnot. But yeah. In any case, going up and down the street, footsteps, we got to the portion, and I've told this many times on the show, that, what's up, Guy? How's it going? That we kept hearing them, and they got more and more intense the closer we got to the junction of Santa Rosa Mine Road and the fucking Slaughter Road. The dirt path that basically led up to an old slaughterhouse, and then we found working on VR stuff in VR. Well, cool. That sounds dope. Hope you're having fun with that. So we found Slaughter Road. And I am all kinds of scatterbrained tonight. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, that was the main corner we always parked at. Up that road is where I made your brother walk into the dirt field and found the caves. Yeah, the mines and everything. Yeah, well, so the fun thing about that is, that is where we started hearing the disembodied footsteps on the road. So it was no longer a phenomenon that was contained to the hill. It was also on the road. So we were hearing these taps. And I remember it very clearly. Walking down the dirt road. Yeah, walking down and up the dirt road, we found that stuff. But on the road, in that corner, across the street from the dirt road, is where we started hearing taps, like feet slapping on the actual road, on the asphalt. And to me, I think that is the most convincing amount of activity. To me, at least, for what I experienced personally. Yeah, I meant we'd hear them on the dirt road too. It was like they walked past us. Yeah, something like that. I don't remember that as clearly. I do remember something else that I'll get to in a little bit. But yeah, those footsteps were the weirdest thing. And to go back to what Hesitation was talking about earlier with the thing that he saw, the big what he calls that. What did you call it again? Go ahead and remind chat, I guess, because I keep getting distracted. But it's really wild that, you know, all of us, despite like Hesitation experiencing some things that we didn't, we all shared the footsteps. We all knew that the footsteps were a thing. My allergies are murder. I don't like it. And actually, I want to look up... I've got a ton of weird shit I saw with Kay and her group. Oh, we called it a jackal. Oh yeah, the jackal. Because it fit what we felt we saw. I'm not sure if it was that, but it was the closest we could compare it to. Yeah. So I didn't see that. And to be clear, I have never seen a ghost or a shadow person in real life. I've seen them in dreams and then had weird shit happen afterwards, but I've never seen things like that. So I might not be able to, but I cannot corroborate that. Unfortunately. It was also much further up the road before the corner. There was another dirt field that Kay and I heard things at, so I had you guys stop there first. Yeah. So the thing that is interesting about you talking about the jackal, right? what I visualized as a realistic, more horrored out, a John Carpenter version of Houndoom from Pokemon. That's just where my brain went. Was that when we would pull, several times, in fact, when we would pull off onto the side of the road and just roll the windows down and not get out, it felt like something was chasing the car. Like we could still hear something chasing the car. So I don't know if it's the same thing you saw. I really don't. But I think you would have said something if it was. But we all got the sense, I felt, at the time, that something was chasing it. And I think I'm finally starting to find the shape of these things. It only took how many hours? 2 hours? When did I start working on this? Oh, son of a bitch. I'm gonna have to flip it. So there's that. But yeah, if you want to relay what you guys saw, it was also much for... Oh, we have an ad starting. I saw activity and then thought you wrote something else, but... So I will say that... So what Hesitation is saying about the blood... So I remember 2 car incidents with Kay. One was phantom headlights, and the other was handprints on the windshield that didn't match us. I remember the sensation of being followed with you guys, but I don't remember thinking it was the same creature. Okay, that's interesting. It's interesting to, like, compare what we think we remember and everything, because it's not what I expected we would remember. Like, it's kind of... There was actually a recent study that I saw, and I haven't had a chance to dig into it and, you know, see all, like, the conflicts of interest in the paper, but suggesting that people with ADHD tie a lot of, like, basically use physical objects as external memory. And I've moved a lot, so makes me wonder how much stuff I've forgotten just because I've lost stuff over the years moving. I do that, and I do it with sense, too. Oh, yeah, yeah. Sense is pretty common, too. And I talked about this, I think most of the way through Chapter 1's production, but I was listening to 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence by Dream Theater. Oh, and I guess this will be relevant to you then, since we're in an ad. Talking a lot this stream. And I was working on comics at the same time, and suddenly I was transported. Like, it felt like I was transported back to being 12 years old, working on illustrations out of like, practicing things and stuff out of a how to draw manga book that my neighbor had gotten me, you know. And that was, like, a wild feeling, because I've listened to that album many times in many situations, re-listened to it, and re-listened to scenes from a memory and stuff as well. But somehow, working on comics specifically was what triggered that memory. So it's like, it's situational, too. It's interesting. Man, you mentioned the citrus smell, and I hadn't thought about that aspect in years, and now I can smell it clearly. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's probably not pleasant. Haven't, yeah. Wild. Makes you wonder, like, if there are any, like, police reports or anything that happened, that appeared, that we could be able to track down if someone got caught for something or whatever from back then. Think. No. Ah, fuck it. I've looked before and never found anything. Yeah. I mean, it could be just like we thought, and it was the Chinese mafia or something, you know? That's entirely possible. No, it's funny because I don't remember it smelling rotten. I just remember it smelling like orange, but there was no orange trees around, so it was weird. Or none that we could see, yeah. Like, I wonder if there used to be orange groves around there, because, like, Riverside, Grand Terrace used to be covered in orange groves, and they started cutting them all down. Which was bullshit. From what I looked up, there weren't any in that area. The area isn't good for growing them. Yeah, so that is weird. But I do remember thinking that they smelled rotten. Or something, so... Or I could be confusing that, too. Like, that's entirely possible. Like, I try to take my own memories with a grain of salt, because every time we remember something, we also remember it differently. Memory is weird. Humans are weird. You know, the bitch about this, besides you, I don't talk to anyone else from those times anymore, so I can't get more information. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it would be... I mean, the easiest answer to that is to do a new investigation, but that would be hard for us to do that, because I live in fucking Virginia, so... And I've been thinking about changing up the horn texture, because I usually just do straight kind of like rhino horns or what have you, or simplified rhino horns in my style. So I've been thinking about like varying it up between characters and stuff. I could maybe gather a crew for it. Yeah, you could. Absolutely. And, like, I don't know if you'd be able to capture the footsteps if they still happen there, you know? Because, like, anything, the conditions could be different, whatever was there could have moved on, or what have you. And boy, do I have way better electronic equipment for this kind of thing now. Yeah, you could, absolutely. Just be careful, you know? I ain't there to watch your back anymore. So he was talking about the blood, right? The blood was where Hesitation decides to go out, and he's like, I'm gonna make contact, and I remember him saying this. He's like, I already have 1 foot in the grave already. Like, definitely early 20s bravado, you know, thing to say that we all say when we think we're fucking badasses and what have you. He takes his knife out, his switchblade, and cuts himself, and then the next thing we know, there are 3 finger marks traveling across his skin like something brushed up against him. And according to hesitation, I don't recall this very clearly. I kind of recall it now. We checked his hand. We checked his hands, and they were blood-free. So, depression was a thing. Yeah, absolutely. For all of us. Like, 100%. That we were going through some shit. And, like, that goes for our entire generation, I feel like. If you grew up even remotely poor in Southern California, yeah, it was a thing. And like I always prefaced, yeah, we checked mine, but no one else's, so it's still up in the air. Yeah, yeah. So like take that with a grain of salt, but interesting, right? Could be interesting, could be just a curiosity, if you will. This might be how I do his horns from now on, because I'm liking the way they look. And they don't look as... At times when I was kind of rushing to complete pages, like, it's clear that they're kind of inspired by Vegeta, but not, like, as much as some of Chapter 1 looked. So I might start doing his like this. Like, it's okay. Like, I don't want you to think when you're working on your own comics, if you're working on comics, still have the scar. Yeah, you mentioned that last time. That's wild. But I still have a scar where Wash, our other cat, while my wife and I were dating, bunny kicked the shit out of my arm just randomly. And come to find out, her ex was not very nice to the poor kitty, so he just didn't like men. And now, like this morning, I woke up and he was snuggling me. He was the little spoon this morning, and he was purring up a storm, so we have a very good relationship now. You know? He's just a great kitty. He's just very peculiar about how he gets his pets and when. But there are definitely some times when I'm like, he's your son tonight. It's usually when I step in like 3 hairballs. And there are times when she gets tired of Jade's shit, literally, because she's blind, and sometimes she gets frustrated and doesn't want to use the cat box or thinks it's dirty when it's not, you know? And she'll poop in the middle of the bathroom floor because she's blind and having a difficult time adjusting to it. But, you know, our cats are part of our family, you know? Anyway, Ghost Road. Let's see. There was the night, because, like, I remember that. I remember a lot of instances of us being at the junction of Slaughter Road and Santa Rosa Mine Road. And then the night that we went out there with your mom, I vaguely remember seeing some kind of fingerprints on the rear view mirrors. On the side mirrors of her car. I do remember that. And we got that a couple of times, and I think there was even the mirror, yeah. I don't remember it being anywhere else. I don't think I saw it anywhere else. But I do remember sticking my... this is something. But it's not really, like, a big thing. I wouldn't call it, like, it's not... nothing is as big as the footsteps. No, just the driver's side mirror. Right. But I would stick my arm out the car pretty much every time and feel like there were fingers brushing over my arm. I do remember that. Now, whether that was psychosomatic, that could have been. No, just the... Yeah. Whether that was psychosomatic, I have no idea. And this is probably the deepest I've gone into Ghost Road, because now you're here and I can corroborate some things, and it's jogging some things, too. That happened a lot, and sometimes I would feel like pricks on my arm. And then there was one time you yelled and brought your arm back in. When Kay and I used to go, we took a friend who actually got a handprint grab on her arm. Wow. Yeah, it would be nice to be able to corroborate that. But again, like, most of these people we don't even talk to anymore. Like, for some people, because they weren't very good people, and others just drifted apart, you know? Yeah, I remember the prickly feelings, too. Yeah, I mean, that could have been insects flying into our arms or something like that. Like, there are probably rational explanations for that. But the night where you tried to get yourself possessed, and I've talked about this night before, and just prefaced, like he said earlier, depression is a bitch. I'm paraphrasing, but you get it. Depression is not fun. So yeah, I remember you were, and I want to switch my music. I'm like really stuffed up, and I took my allergy pill. Not great. Wait, does my other YouTube account not have ads? I remember with you and my mom seeing the shadow figures on the dirt road as well. See, I didn't see shadow figures. I saw outlines that were staticky. And that happens a lot for me as well. And I'm going to get into some shit tonight. Believe me. So, I remember you wanting to get yourself possessed that night with her. I believe it was with her. Because, yeah, to be fair, it was something like that. And you were like, I'm gonna draw him in. And then with, you know, I was trying to practice like key or some type of new age key bullshit. Maybe it's not bullshit. Like, I have used that, but before, to get rid of shadow people and stuff like that. But it's mostly meditation and guiding my own energy through a space. But again, I don't know if it's actually doing that like I thought it was, or if I'm just convincing myself it is, and the intention is enough to get rid of whatever is there. If it's even there in the first place, because you roamed and tried to find it. Energy, and your brother kept me anchored. I recall that night really well. Yeah, we were up against your car, I believe. And, up against... Oh, wait, it might have been my car. No, it wasn't my car. We didn't go back there when I had my car. So, we were up against a car, probably your mom's car, or something. It might have been your car, because I think it was white. Basically, you're doing chaos magic, using what you need to achieve your goals. No, brother's car. Are you sure about that? It doesn't matter. Memory, once again, is fallible. So, take all of this with a grain of salt. So he was trying to pull something in. I was trying to push something out. And all of a sudden, this big-ass tree, mind you, and I've told this before, not in this much detail probably, maybe my old Toyota, but I'm pretty sure his car. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him about it. Yeah, maybe he was there. I don't remember. So, I'm pushing out. You're pulling in, because I don't want my friend to, like, I don't want anything bad to happen to my friend. Pretty understandable motivation, right? And this big-ass tree on the other side of the road, which I have always described as the size of a T-Rex, or what I would imagine the size of a T-Rex to be, and that's probably not accurate. It's probably bigger, because, like, seeing size comparison charts, it doesn't matter. It was a big-ass tree. There was no wind. There wasn't even a cloud in the sky. It was a big-ass tree. Yes. This thing starts shaking back and forth like something big moved it. It was... I'm not going to do it. It was huge. It was huge! Oh, this tree was the biggest tree you ever done. It had huge balls, and they shook. Okay. That tree had a bigger dick than Eisenhower. Yeah. See, we had trees in the old war, and this is how we won the war. It's true. We used trees, and we carved them into giant dicks, and then we threw them at the enemy. It's true. And then we loaded termites. It was termites. And then launched them at the enemy, and then the termites destroyed their buildings. And that's how we won the war. It's true. You can look it up, unless you can't, and then they're lying to you. This is how we won the war. Big dicks, big wooden dicks, full of termites. It's true. Well, I'm educating them, so it's great. You should carve giant dicks and throw them at your enemies. It's a surefire way. The Romans did it. Only they didn't have wood back then. They had stone dicks. They would throw stone dicks at people and carve them in things. And some were tiny because dicks were tiny back then. And then because of evolution and the universe and things, they grew bigger over time. And then we could throw the bigger ones at the people. And yeah. And now we're here today. And gas is $10 a gallon. And isn't that great? I love filling my car up with $10 gas a gallon. Yeah. There we go. Is that good enough? And then everyone left. But yeah, big-ass tree shook. It was not in the shape of a dick, though. It did not have balls. I just want to make sure that's clear. And so, after the tree incident, we didn't decide to leave. I believe that is, if I'm not mistaken, we decided to walk up Slaughter Road after a big-ass tree shook after I was trying to stop my friend from getting himself possessed. And we thought, brilliant young men that we were, let's go investigate up this dirt path called Slaughter Road with a big red sign hand-painted that read Slaughter Road. Fantastic. No notes. How we all don't have Darwin Awards, I have no fucking clue. And I have been yapping so long. So the first... Oh, that was the night I told them where to go. Oh, yeah. Because I knew it was a night that it was only 3 of us. Yeah. Yeah. But I think the night that I saw... the staticky silhouettes, the impressions that I got moving up the hill, that was with your mom. That was one of the times with your mom. And I remember feeling like it was hard to walk. The figures was you, me, and Mom. Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah. It's coming back to me in hot flashes. I hear I might have manopause. That means your man hands turn into man paws. But our powers combined, we have vague memories of a thing that might have been weird. Yeah, so Ghost Road was very weird. There were a lot of weird things, and I think we had theories that it could have been, you know, indigenous people, the spirits of indigenous people or something in the area. And that, for all I know, that could actually be it. And actually, I'm going to do what I did before. But I'm not going to do it yet. Because we're going to flip this canvas. And I'm going to make some adjustments. By our powers combined, vague memories. My evil magic. But, you know, I had gone back, like, even a couple of times. What's up, Krim? How you doing? This is, like, early for you. I've gone back, I had gone back a couple of times with other people, and everyone else heard the footsteps, too. At the very least, like, the footsteps are the most common phenomena that people, not just us, heard. And it would be great if eventually someone could be like, when we tell one of these stories about Ghost Road, like, oh yeah, I've been there, and yeah, it's hella weird out there. I don't know if it'll ever happen. Like, Syrups was talking about, I live like an hour from there. I could be there in an hour. So if Syrups is ever in there, we can peer pressure them into doing the thing, I guess. Yeah, footsteps and handprints are the most that occurred to... yeah. 4.4 in gonna either go back to sleep or hurt... be overstimulated the rest of the day. Oh. Well, here's... I vote go back to bed and come back, you know, when you're rested. But that's me. I mean, I'm happy for the view and everything. I'm happy for the conversation. I do love me some conversation, some good conversation. The question is, do I try to finish this in one go, like I did with the Keelan one? Let's go ahead and check our... Yeah, we are still at 2109. We're still at 124% funding, and you know what? If we don't get a single pledge tonight, that is enough. That was fucking dope. But if you're just joining us and you're wondering, what are they doing? Why are they talking about ghost stories and drawing anime shit? We're working on a cyberpunk battle manga tonight while we tell you ghost stories, and I am kickstarting it. The first chapter, and the second chapter is also included and finished. We just did the cover reveal today. I am both the writer and the artist, and Krim actually in here did some of the flats to help me out. And we have another artist that does chibis for the off-panel heads for whenever, so you don't get confused about who's talking off-panel. So there are other artists doing things like variant covers as well. So head to the link. Where is the link? It is pinned in the chat. Pinned in the chat. Pinned in the chat. I'll lurk and sleep since audio keeps me sleepy. All right. Well, I'll try to adhere to a more sleep-friendly voice, Krim. And I hope you sleep well. And I am just flipping this canvas and changing anything that looks weird to my eye. And this honestly looks a little weird. No, be yourself. That's what I'm doing. What do you think I'm doing? I am being myself. What are you talking about? I can sleep from screaming people, so I'm fine. Yeah. I do what I want. As I explained earlier, I'm totally an adult. Okay, so I think that's pretty much all of the major events on Ghost Road, so I can probably move on to my experiences in Virginia. Eventually, I ended up moving to Virginia. Spoilers. Oh shit, there's an ad break, so I will wait. It's a good excuse for me to go get some more water and then blow my nose because, oh my god, my allergies are killing me. I'll be right All right, I am back. That was a short break, but here we are. Returned for your listening pleasure, my wonderful listeners out there in the dreamlands. And I just got a message from Hesitation. Yeah, I saw it. Holy shit, look at that price. Look at that price. Holy crap. Yeah, I remember that fence. And the smell was like right around there too. Yeah. I'm gonna start a cult and like a commune. All right. Well, let's go to the information tab. There's a bunch of houses listed now, just like that one, and a lot of formerly empty fields. So, talking about Santa Rosa Mine Road, this is the house. Like, specifically, this was the one. Because I remember this one, I remember this lot, and now it's connected to all this crap. Like, is this all one? It is, isn't it? Wow. That's all one lot. And then... okay, next thing. Let's take a look at... let's take a look at... here we are. If I remember correctly... here we go. And that's where it is. Oh man, there's almost no trees anymore. So it might have been... holy shit. No, that's the wrong road. Yeah. Where's the junction? Well, I mean, California's been going through a drought, right? Can I look up a... like, there are still trees. Yeah. Like, I wish I could see... can I get 2D? And then show me... Alright, let's add a place mark. And now... slaughter. Okay. So I think it goes up here. Oh, here it is. I think we found it. And this is green. There it is. That's it. Look at... No, just look. And then the sign was up here. So this wasn't technically... Yeah. So... Right, but no, it does turn into Slaughter Road, though. But this is the spot. This turns into Slaughter Road further up. So that... I was misremembering that, chat. So, El Nido Road turns into Slaughter Road further up. But this is where all the activity, the primary amount of activity, happened on Santa Rosa Mine Road. So Max would go down here and crouch and just kind of wait for something to happen. And then one of these trees, one of these big-ass trees, was the one that shook. Because this... see more dates. This is from February 2026. So yeah. And we can just kind of... we would drive up and down just like this. Yeah, I remember you talking about that. And then it starts to get deader. And like, imagine this at night though. This would still be really creepy. Like, I was imagining when you were saying that they were developing a lot more. That but that area is still pretty empty. This looks different. Wow. Almost time. Almost tired. I'm almost tired. So I remember some of these houses. Yeah, some of it wasn't there. But I remember the house that we were talking about that we thought was the serial killer house was on the left side of the road. But we would stop all of that, yeah. That might be part of that estate. That was the corner house, and it was on the right side if we were driving to the corner. Yeah, I'm talking about from this direction, though. It would be on the left, I think. I could be mistaken, though. It wasn't that one. Yeah. I'm trying to see if we can spot it from the road, too. I don't remember that one. And, like, I remember you pointing out somewhere... If we were going this way, for example, not on the wrong side of the road, you pointed out to these kind of fields when you saw the jackal. And I'm not sure where the other... Because there was a place further down. Yeah, it was about that area. Yeah, it was before the El Nido Road that turns into Slaughter Road. There we go. This looks totally different here. I haven't seen that house yet. Like, this looks different. And then it won't let me go any further. And then it says, no, you may not. Oh, wait, it will. Okay. We in business. Thank you for the lurk refresh, wife. I want to say around this area is one of the other areas where we pulled off on the left side from this direction heading down the road because there was more foliage and stuff, more greenery. Yeah, the white fence was a stopping point too. Yeah. And we sat on some rocks one time. I remember that. Trying to... Like, the specific formations of trees and stuff might be gone by now, but it was kind of similar to this foliage over here. Foliage. Foliage! Or it might have been down here, actually. Of course, who knows? Santa Rosa Mine Road is huge. Might have been here. I remember something like this. Oh, some of this is from 2018. Ooh, let's try this. This would have been... We're time traveling. So here's a memory check right here. Assuming that this information still exists. We'll see if it does. Yeah. We were more 2009-ish, I think. But look how blurry these images are. For you, maybe. Kay and I were going around 08-ish. Oh, yeah, yeah. We've shown you the present, and now we traveled back into the past. Yeah, there's that white fence. On the right here? Oh, yeah, you know what? There we go. Yeah. Talk about memory road, right? And like not all of it is there either. Like their cameras must like skip a little bit. Bunch of trash. Yeah, it seems like it. Which is not the worst thing in the world. It's loading. Go to the corner. Maybe the sign is back. Is there back again? Yeah, Slaughter Road. You mean? I think that I'm pretty sure that was further up, but I'm working my way there. Word. Yep, word indeed. People are like, what the fuck is he doing? And like there are weird spots where there are more images than others. Like maybe they were driving slower in some of these areas, and then they were speeding up on the straightaways. No, it's fine. I mean, I'm sure this is entertaining as hell. And like, we would sometimes even pull off on these long stretches of dirt road and still hear the footsteps too. Yeah, basically anywhere there was a big empty field, a lot of steps and noises in the distance there. Yeah. Like a lot of it, some of it in places where we thought maybe it could be rodents or like something like that in the grass, but like even that explanation doesn't really work because rodents are usually pretty still when humans are nearby. They're prey animals. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that that would be the case. I think we're coming up on it. Is that the sign you're talking about? Ah, my hand just fell asleep. There it is. Maybe... And it's gone by 2011. But there's a sign. I don't know what it says. Maybe if I get closer. Enhance. Enhance. Can I get closer? I can't read the sign, unfortunately. Yeah. But the Slaughter Road sign was definitely further up. I don't remember what that sign said. Do you remember what the sign said? I can't remember now. So long ago. Oh, there's the process for the new Geist cover. But yeah, there's some tagging on it and stuff. Like, yeah, it's gone at this point. There's a rock. It was a location name or something like that, I think. Maybe for the farm in the area. Yeah, I think I think you're right. Something about a farm. It's impossible to tell now, though. And now it's gone. In 2011. And there's the arm. I'm kidding. but yeah, this was what it looked like. It might even be the tree. And it was pretty fucking big and no wind. That was the tree that shook. As I'm Man, what a trip back in time. We were under that tree parked, so yeah, maybe so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. And now it's like a movie. It's all blurry. Present day. And now we can go down this road. And this was the road where he saw the shadow figures and I saw those weird staticky figures. If you want the distinction. And we kept walking and walking. I remember this bend. No. So, if there is a big sign that says Slaughter Road, it's not here. But we walked all the way up here. We were very smart. Well, the ones I saw were static as well, but they felt like shadows. Yeah. But we didn't get to Slaughter Road until we were way the fuck back here. Because this is still El Nido. Before the curve. Slaughter Road's before the curve. Is this it? No. Could it be? No, the caves I sent. I remember that. I definitely remember that. Is that a well? I remember that formation. But we definitely went to Slaughter Road. Yeah, right in that area, I remember the concrete thing. Yeah. And then he decided to go down it. I remember that, and we all thought that was stupid. That could be Slaughter Road. Let's exit real quick. Or is this Slaughter Road? Nope, that's... What am I thinking? So up here... I hate that I... Christmas Tree Lane. Where does it meet Slaughter Road? Oh, okay. Here's where it is. Why is it blurred? That's Slaughter Road. Yep. I don't remember where the sign was, but we walked for a really long time. Again, we were very smart, everyone. Very sane, very stable. Very sane, very smart. And there it is. So, anyway. We found it. All the way across the hill. Yeah. Yeah, and there's no footage or anything from that area. There's no footage from Slaughter Road itself. So yeah. Amazing. Memory Road. Man, pollen must be out of control today. Because, like, I've tried to blow my nose, but my nose is not actually plugged up with mucus. My sinuses are just shut. I hate that. I hate it. I hate having allergies. I hate getting older, because I never used to have this problem. Ghost Road is apparently where the big fire in town. Oh, really? There's a big fire in town? In Paris, California? Interesting. Dun dun dun! Maybe the ghosts did it. The ghost did it. You heard it here first, folks. This is not correct to the model. Actually, his face is a little thinner. Sent the news link to Facebook, but yeah, right where we used to adventure. New brush fire in Riverside County prompts evacuation warning in Juniper Springs area. Oh, damn. I dare you to type. I dare you to type. I think it was the ghosts. No, that would be... No, that's in bad taste. Don't do that. Don't listen to me. Sometimes I have bad ideas. Yeah, fire sucks, so I wouldn't. Yeah, yeah, and especially after... Yeah, that's an inside thought. Think do that. I can, however, smell the fire from here, so now I think I'm inhaling ghosts. At least you're not inhaling Chagas disease. Oh, dude. Okay, so it might not have been kissing bugs, but the other night we were having dinner with my mother-in-law, and after that, she needed our help with her convertible because sometimes the top doesn't want to come back and do the thing. So, fairly normal thing for her. Like this is a nightmare car. It's always having trouble with the cover that's supposed to come up and cover the car, as convertibles do. So we worked on it, and eventually we figured it out. It was the car cover was blocking one of the sensors, so we fixed it. You're welcome, mother-in-law. But then we saw one of those bugs, or a beetle that looks a lot like one, sitting on the car staring at us. So I was like, "Go get some kind of baggie. Let's bag it and send it up over to a lab or something." And then there was another one. They fly in pairs too, like as I read. So I don't know. Maybe it could have been the kissing bugs. Maybe not. So interesting follow-up. I don't know whether it's that phenomena whenever you learn about a thing and then start seeing them suddenly. You know, like you see one car, or you become alerted to a type of car, and then you suddenly start seeing that car everywhere. Horrifying, right? So there's a thing that happened to me, and then wife was like, you know, maybe it's wheel bugs, or not wheel bugs, it's a different kind of bug, because wheel bugs look completely different. They fucking hurt when they bite you, though. All right. Let's see if this looks better. Looks a lot better. All right, we're gonna dim this, make an inks layer. Because we gotta get to layouts at some point today. So, so we did a lot of adventuring on Ghost Road, but eventually I moved out to Virginia. And my wife at the time and I just needed to get work, and we needed to move, and my brother lived out here, so not the surrogate brother that I mentioned who had no sense of self-preservation, but the brother I mentioned from the Hatman story that I told you guys. Okay, so I moved out here and I started working night crew in Centerville, Virginia, and nights were destroying me. Like, I don't recommend being on a true graveyard schedule, which is, you know, getting up at 3 or 4 in the afternoon and then, you know, going to work and then not going to sleep until like 10 a.m. or something like that. It's not what I'm doing right now. I go to bed around 5 a.m. or something. That's, like, sometimes I would do that anyway while working on Chapter 1. A little bit in Chapter 2 as well. And I'm sure I'll do more of that with Chapter 3. But anyway, that's beside the point. So because I was sleeping during the daylight hours, entirely during the daylight hours, I would sleep in my sister-in-law's room. And one day, I think it was a few months into working on Night Crew, I had this weird dream. And I don't know if Hesitation knows this story or remembers this story, because I used to tell it before. And so in the dream, I was in a chair in a large rectangular room that actually kind of reminded me, in the dream at least, of another living room that I had. If you remember the house on Monona, where I lived during high school, it reminded me of that. But, okay, now I want... Okay, this playlist isn't done, so that's fine. Uh-oh, am I getting... Yep. Of course, I also remember all the weird dreams you had at my house when you'd crash there too. Yeah, like the weird, the cellar that you don't have. There was like a dream that I had and it was entirely in black and white for some reason. And I remember there being like a cellar in the dream and it was your house. There were steps leading down into it or something, or it was just a pit or a ramp. I don't remember clearly yet. Like, I always got weird feelings in your house. Like, and I'm sure the creepy children painting with the black eyes didn't help. I remember you talking about that one. Yeah, absolutely. That one was a weird one. Hesitation's house is haunted, apparently, everyone. Man, I still hear shit in my house all the time, and we got rid of those years ago. Thank fuck. Yeah, that, like, what was your mom thinking? Like, 'cause didn't she buy those? Did she get them because they were creepy? Do you want to give people nightmares? Because that's how you give people nightmares. Or summon the demon children. I have no clue. Yeah, she loved them because they were creepy. Fair. Fair. They were very creepy, so well done, Hesitation's mom. Well done. Well done. But anyway, I was having this dream, and I was in this large rectangular room, only the walls seemed almost like adobe. Like, there was a weird texture to them. It looked impossibly old. And my family was there, and they were all on devices of some kind. Some of them were like e-readers, some weren't. And I don't remember exactly all of the devices, but everyone was there. Everyone was on devices, at least people who were in my immediate family at the time, and present in, like, Virginia. So the interesting thing, though, is that I had a camera in this dream with a viewfinder, and I was able to move around and use this camera, quote-unquote camera, to look around at the house. And in the dream, I was compelled to do this. And I did it. I walked into a large expanse that looked like it had been converted from, you know, an outdoor space to an indoor space. And there was a sideways staircase leading to a black doorway. And when I raised the... I'm getting chills. When I raised the viewfinder in the dream... And this was a dream, too. Definitely a dream. And pointed the viewfinder at the doorway. There was a shadow person there with crimson oval eyes. Very sharp oval eyes. And then I noped the fuck around and pointed the camera at the door because I was gonna head for the door and get in GTFO. But, what's interesting about this is that there was another one crouched there staring at me, same crimson sharp oval eyes, and they dashed at me and attacked me. And at this time I was still practicing that meditation stuff that I was talking about, the chi manipulation stuff, that was kind of new agey, kind of not. And it was also weirdly tied into quantum physics and stuff like that. Like, some of that stuff I've used to develop my magic systems and stuff like that, so it was useful. But I don't really necessarily think this is what helped me cleanse the area. So, and take that stuff with a grain of salt anyway. I start doing this, like just trying to push my energy to get these things away from me, and then snap, dream changes entirely. And I'm in a formless void of concrete. The floor is concrete, and the sky is white. And I need a drink. Ah. I think we have gin. I could technically make myself a weird gin and tonic. It would not be tasty, but it would be a drink. Let's see. So I was standing there and I could still feel these things around me. I could no longer see them, but I could feel them staring at me and trying to attack me for whatever reason. So I again started trying to get rid of them, and that's when I woke up, and my ex, now ex, then wife, was standing there wondering why I was having such a difficult time waking up. And you know, I told her, please get out of the room, because the room felt charged. It felt like there was something in there with me, and I felt like there was a film of static over my eyes. And so I did the same meditation ritual that I've described, where I cleansed the area with my own energy or what have you, or that was at least my intention to do so, and that seemed to work. So yay, go me. That's great. Oh, I'm sorry, Jade. Sorry, baby girl. I didn't realize you were awake. So there. So there I am, laying there. I'm done doing this, and then I go through my normal routine, and you know, I'm feeling very lethargic and whatnot, because I don't feel like I got a lot of... Please, sir, may we have some cat tax? Yes, 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 of course. We'll do cat tax right now. You're right, I owe you cat tax. And then I will continue my scary story. Come here, Jade. Oh, the baby. This is the baby. This is the baby who just woke up. And she's like holding onto my finger. Aw, the baby. You're a good girl most of the time. You're always a good girl. Especially now that you're blind. Yes. The baby. And now that's as much as she wants to give. Unfortunately. Brief cat tax, but you know, I think my sinuses are starting to clear up a little bit. But there is your cat tax. Earlier she was sleeping, so I didn't want to disturb her too much. I gotta make sure that that spike is clearly not on his neck. Much obliged. You are absolutely welcome. But, where was I? Okay, so getting ready for work. And I end up at work. And I'm telling the night captain, Marcus, all about my dream. And, you know, everyone's getting ready to go inside and start stocking the shelves, breaking down the freight and whatnot. Okay, well, pause that, because she is looking for a place to pee. Alright, let's go. Let's go to the cat box. Let's go, baby girl. Good girl. I knew it. Don't I know it? I always know it. I knew it. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. Okay. Cat has been drained. She woke up. Isn't it the worst thing when you wake up in the middle of the night and you have to pee? So I'm telling Marcus about this story, and eventually he realizes it's almost midnight. We got to get started. So we go in, and I'm finishing up. I'm wrapping up as we're going through the automatic doors, and this was like a tunnel. Like one end, automatic doors, one swings out this way into the store, and the other one opens this way, or something like that. A lot of giants had this set up. And he's getting his coffee at the front cappuccino machine up front at the store. And as I'm finishing the story, as I'm talking about the end of the dream, the automatic door at the front of the store at the end of the hallway, this glass hallway basically, starts opening and closing by itself. There's no one out there. No one. But the sensor's still on. And Marcus gets freaked out, walks over, turns the sensor off, and locks the door and says, "That's enough of that shit." So that's not even the weirdest thing that happened, though. We start working on, getting things done, and eventually it's around 3 o'clock, and I have to go drop off some reclaims. And a nice Indian gentleman was working in the back there. Ghosts who've been caught. Cheese it. There we go. I am just having all sorts of allergy problems tonight. I think whatever the case is going to be for my streaming schedule, however I adjust it, Thursdays are definitely going to stay. But 3 a.m., I'm talking to the nice Indian gentleman in the receiving area, and I'm telling him the same story. And I get to the part where Marcus gets freaked out, and we hear 3 pounds on the metal shutters for the dock. Now, to give you some background on this giant, it's in Centerville, Virginia. And this giant, this area it's all suburbia. So there's a ordinance and a policy that they cannot receive deliveries before 7 a.m. And it's 3 a.m. We go out to the back receiving door and look outside, and there's no one and nothing. No bread guys waiting for this to be able to deliver or anything like that. It's way too early for that. There's nothing, and it's 3 knocks too. So that was weird. But I never had any other problems in that townhouse ever again. But interestingly enough, my nephew years later, and I'm talking like fairly recently within the last few years, told me that he and some other kids that were staying with him and my sister-in-law saw shadow people in that house. So, and he's really not one to make things up. Like, he's very matter of fact. So he saw things like that. Saw things like what I saw in my dream. After the fact, of course. And I'd never told him that dream because he was too young. He was like 4 years old when this happened. God, I hate my allergies right now. But yeah, very creepy, very creepy. So Didn't experience anything else in that townhouse, but eventually I ended up moving in with some people in 2015. And they were two sisters that ended up being my roommates. We all worked in various adjacent fields, if you want to call it that. They worked at a Food Lion, and I worked for a chip company. But, so I lived upstairs during this time. I had an office, and because I was doing the writing thing on the side, so I needed a space where I could work that wasn't where I slept. Which is wonderful, by the way. Definitely recommend. But we're going to do some of these details real quick. Because, yeah, I do want to get to layouts tonight. So, we're probably living there a few months. I want to say months. I'm not really sure if it was months, but at some point I'm sitting out front having a beer or something, or having my coffee, and one of my roommates is out there. It's one of the sisters, and she tells me, by the way, there's been some actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. So I go down one morning several months later to do laundry. And so the townhouse had 3 levels. There were 3 of us paying rent on it, because it's expensive as hell in Northern Virginia, if you don't know. So I go down into the basement to do the laundry, because that's where the laundry room is. And I feel like I just got hit with a wall of static. The same kind of static that I saw on Ghost Road. The same kind of static that I experienced, when I woke up from that weird-ass dream. And it's like, it's hard for me to move, and I feel an uncomfortable presence when I'm down there. I do my laundry, and I get the fuck out. I go upstairs, and I'm like, okay, that was weird. I don't know what that was. And later on, my roommate is home, and she comes out, and I'm telling her about this. She's like, yeah, my sister did a weird seance, and now we've been having weird things happen all the time. And I'm like, okay, what do you mean? Because the roommate was a self-proclaimed witch. Whatever she did, she shouldn't have done, because she pissed something off, and it gets weird from here. So, we just decide, like, she's telling me that, she doesn't go into details, but there is activity in the house now. And I'm like, well, we should really get rid of that. So, I call up a friend who was pretty good at... We have an ad coming in a minute, so I think I'll get to a certain point, and then we'll continue after the break. So, I call up a friend, and we discuss getting rid of this thing. And he believed that he was able to astral project or whatever. I don't know if you believe in that stuff. I don't think I do, but he believed he could. So we got rid of this thing. And this is not the first time that he has helped in disposing of a thing, you know. And I'm not going to use his name or anything. We are no longer friends or anything like that, but that is a different story. So we get rid of this thing, right? And it's weird, because I felt this thing's... You fucking tried to convince me like mad he could do that. And I called him out on his stupid shit constantly. God, I hated him. Well, it's weird because we would... because there's a weird cause and effect, you know? We were able to get rid of things. So it's... I no longer think that he was able to do that necessarily, just because I have adopted more of a skeptic stance. I don't... I don't put much stock in that stuff, and I take a grain of salt with it. But, like, and my wife will say the same thing, it got results. Like, he was the one that ended her... I mean, I'm not even discounting if it's possible or not. I just hate him and hope the worst for the annoying prick. Oh, believe me, I have... And now that we're on ad break, I have some stories to tell you. I have a story to tell you. Not on the air, though. Because, you know, I don't want to... I don't want to talk about that right now. And we'll pause for a second. But, like... Understandable. But yeah, it's, but... And, like, you're not the only one. Believe me. But I'm going to use this ad break to get a few of these lines done, so I'm not constantly yapping, and rest my voice, too. So when we're back in 10 seconds, you know, as I'm explaining it, it's already time to come back. Okay, you guys are back. Therefore, you're ready to hear more. All right, so he helps me dispose of this thing. And he believed that if we sealed it up in what he called a shintai, and this guy was a total weeaboo, he thought there was, like, actual power in practicing Tai Chi and stuff like that. He had a lot of weird beliefs, and, like, because we'd gotten... Yeah, right? Because we'd gotten some... admitted there was some success in so I was like, hell, maybe he can astral project or whatever. And he said other things that were kind of dumb, but and like, I won't even say that I didn't have doubts or what have you. I did have doubts, but it's more like, well, you know, the result of the ends, you know, the results, like, look at the results. Like, I don't know, I can't explain that. So I think more at the time, but you know, I was still pulling my head out of my ass at that point too. You know, I still believe some stupid shit myself, and I was deprogramming still at this point from all the stuff that I had learned. You know, so I was a little bit gullible, you know. No, scratch that. I was pretty gullible. During this period, and I didn't find, like, I didn't rediscover my love of, like, astronomy and science yet. That was a little down the road. You know, that was around 2017, 2018. And the interesting thing is that when my roommate got home, after we got rid of it, and she confirmed we got rid of it, she was like, wow, it's gone. Thank you. And then she's sitting on her bed in the basement, because her whole family basically lived down in the basement. They had their rooms and stuff in the basement. And then me and the other sister, we lived on the top level. She tells me that this has been going on for weeks, and I didn't even know it. So all this stuff is secondhand, by the way. So take it with a grain of salt if you'd like. She tells me that her other daughter, who was like, I don't even remember what age she was. She was a teenager or something. She was hearing disembodied voices calling her name and seeing shit get knocked off the walls. That was weird. So stuff was flying off the walls, and my roommate is sitting there saying, and I've been waking up every night at 3 a.m. and I keep hearing a hissing sound over this baby's crib. Like, in the corner of the room, over her baby's crib. She just had a baby, right? And Weeb guy, we'll call him Weeb. He described the thing that we got rid of as the lamia, and described it as like this creature that had a long snout and stuff like that. It was, I don't know. I didn't see anything. I just felt things. A fucking snake lady. Yeah, he called it a lamia, but also described it as, I won't even say snake-like, more... And maybe he just wasn't good at description. Here's a llama, there's a llama, and a demon shadow llama. Something like that. Yeah, I got the, like, drag me to hell is what I immediately pictured. And then, you know, I just started calling it the lamia or whatever because it was fun, you know. But I don't know if that was this, but I do know what my roommate told me. My roommate told me that every night she was waking up at 3 a.m. hearing hissing over her baby's crib where her baby was crying. She would see shadow people in the house. They would follow her up the stairs to the bathroom, and she would feel them yanking on her and stuff as she was doing her hair and getting ready for work. Like, she was being tormented, is what she was telling me. And then, one night, she woke up at 3 a.m. and she was the one hissing at the baby. But we had no more problems with any of that shit, any kind of paranormal activity in that house from that point on. Which is where I got why I was saying, you know, no. You know, there's something to this, you know. Like, yeah, he was extremely cringe, but, you know, I don't know how to explain that. And the story I'm going to tell next, I don't know how to explain, because I wasn't the primary one who got rid of whatever was in my wife's apartment, and she can corroborate that too, for whatever that's worth, obviously. Now, obviously, I'm no longer friends with this guy, so I can't even, like, I've blocked him on a lot of things, on all the things. So there you go. But yeah, that was fucking weird. We disposed of the quote-unquote Shintai. I put that in quotes, in sarcastic quotes. Because it feels like cultural appropriation, and probably was. Yeah. So, fast forward to 2018, I start dating my wife-to-be, Quinn. And she lives up in Winchester. And it was close to spoopy season. But, I mean, you know me, that's not going to stop me from watching horror films. All times of the year. But we were watching a lot of horror films. And the first couple of times I went over, like, it didn't feel like much was in that house, in that apartment. And I have to set the scene a little bit. So her apartment was above an old barber shop in Winchester, Virginia. This building was probably 100 years old. And there was no one else in it. There was fire damage on the top floor. So she was the only tenant in the building. There was an owner somewhere else. And I will tell you guys, this is the second place where I have heard disembodied footsteps. So there was a staircase that went up to her apartment. And then the actual old barbershop was to the right. No one else, other than the landlord, had access to the building. So, on multiple occasions, I heard disembodied footsteps, and she told me about it, too. Oh yeah, the building's haunted, by the way. And she led me up another flight of stairs to the upper floor. There were 2 rooms that I recall, and lots of fire damage. And I immediately got the same static, and I got the same feeling, the feeling that, oh, something's here, and oh, I don't like this. And I mentioned it, and she's like, oh, don't tell me that. In one of these rooms, there was a child's bed that was messed up, very dirty, and hooks hanging from the ceiling, which is just weird, and I don't want to know what those were for. Probably something benign, hopefully. And then we went down and watched a movie, probably The Void, and she had nightmares. She will not watch that with me ever again. And it's a fantastic cosmic horror film. You should absolutely watch it. It's like Evil Dead, but Lovecraftian. I know that sounds like a oxymoron to some people, but there are people on Reddit that really hate when you mention that Sam Raimi was also influenced by Lovecraftian horror when he was making Evil Dead. Which is why the fucking Necronomicon is in it, but, you know, whatever. It's fucking Reddit. Movie does, in fact, rock. Yes, it is a great fucking movie. But as I'm spending more time over there, like, I start to sense things in the apartment. I think I'm the one that told you to watch it. It was a YouTube video. But you might have seen it at the time, and we were like, oh yeah, this movie fucking rules. I saw a review for it, I think. Then, who knows? I don't know. I was drinking a lot back then, too. So yeah, that became, like, my new obsession. I mean, I was already getting into Lovecraftian horror and wanting to write cosmic horror. I was practicing that a lot. I wrote Into the Ashlands in, like, I think 2017. And that's when I started revamping, like, all my Seleniar's Enigma stuff and taking what I had from written in, like, you know, because Seleniar's Enigma dates back to when I was 12, basically. So yeah. Let's see. I want a layer. I think I'm the one. Oh, yeah. I already read that. Oh! No! And I'm gonna do a loose outline here. And then we're gonna do a thing. But oh, and I need to turn these back on. I need the texture. So where was I? Yeah. So she starts letting on a little more that, hey, can we like not watch as many scary movies when we're over at my place? Because the activity was starting to ramp up. Like, she would come home and this stuff was normal for her. Like, her upper cabinets where the cat couldn't reach would open and close, would be open when she got home. And she figured there was like a residual presence or something, like an old man or the grandfather of the building's owner or something like that. So there were multiple things in this house, and if you talk to Weeb, Weeb would say there were many spirits in that house, and one of them was very dark. But, so, one time I remember pre-wife was walking through the, through her office, which was a separate room that led to her bedroom. It was a weird apartment. Very old. And she yells, like practically screams, and then leaps down a 2-step landing into her living room. And she tells me that she felt like she was being chased. The activity continues to ramp up until that Thanksgiving. Like, I was starting to feel like I was being watched, and I was unwelcome. And specifically, mostly in that computer room, that office where she kept her computer. And this is like my last ghost story, because I haven't had anything crazy like that happen. Have a good stream, man. All right, thanks for hanging out. So, it's Thanksgiving, and I'm over at her place. I've met her family and stuff now, and we're trying to sleep, right? And I wake up at some point in the middle of the night, and I see this armoire that was built into the wall, which was secured with a hair tie to keep Wash from trying to play with it and open it. I see it open by itself. And she sees it, too. And normally when Wash plays with things, he scampers off and he gets the zoomies and stuff like that. He does that. So he was not playing with this thing. We are pretty damn sure of that. And given the disembodied footsteps that we were both hearing and all the other activity in the building, it was pretty bad. And this was when I decided to get Weeb involved and see, like, hey, can we like get rid of this thing like we got rid of the other one? I do it by myself, but I felt like, hey, I would like some help with this because it worked the last time. Why not do it this time? You know, that sort of thing. So I'm sitting in a restaurant the very next time that I go up to see her, and he just tells me that he did it. We're on the phone, and like I've never met him in person for context. Won't say where he lived, but not in Virginia. And he tells me, "Oh, I just did it." And hell, the activity stopped. The activity did, in fact, stop. Like, I don't know. I don't know if this man could astral project, but whatever it was gone. And, like, wife was able to go back to living in her space, you know, and didn't feel as uncomfortable. Like, she was still afraid that it was going to come back or some shit like that, you know. But it was gone. So whatever the case may be, whether he could or not, I was like, I don't know. I'm not fit to judge it. So it's fine. It's all fine. Take that with a grain of salt, though. As I say. As we are not going to tell you what to believe in that kind of shit. I don't like that. I don't like it when anyone does that. And I don't like it when late night radio hosts do that too. So that was it, you know. And then after the fact, she told me about, you know, I had this dream where this shadowy imp, this tiny shadow person that was like an imp, was blocking her from getting into her bedroom in that office. And I don't know, maybe maybe it was, you know. And that was the last weird paranormal thing that happened to me before moving up there and then moving down here to Richmond, where I have been ever since. And the weirdest things I've gotten are weird feelings, like I'm being watched or something like that. But those don't really make for good stories, do they? So, yeah, that's pretty much everything. Everything paranormal I've experienced. And, yeah. So if you have any of your own that you would like to share, feel free to drop them in the chat, and I will read them in a pleasing cadence. If you're just joining us, I am working on a cyberpunk battle manga. It's a bit like Dragon Ball if it had a Lovecraftian baby with Akira. And if that sounds dope, like I know it should, and like many other people have, in fact, thought it's dope enough to support a Kickstarter that is now 124% funded, check out the link. Where is it pinned? Where is the link? The Kickstarter link is pinned in the chat, pinned in the chat, pinned in the chat. You can read the first 8 pages there, plus 4 from Chapter 2, and see all the goodies I have on offer. I went way overboard with this, because I know, you know, manga is pretty fast-paced, and we do use that fast pacing, so there's lots of extra goodies. Everything that is in print and shipped to you is signed, and all that wonderful shit. So there you go. I hope you all are having a good night and enjoying the spoopiness. Hesitation, did you want to tell the stories? I know there was like something to do with a building that you guys entered, and there was a weird, like, I don't want to say a possession or something like that, but if you want to tell more Ghost Road stuff, I'll read it off. I'm honestly gonna hop off shortly. Got something, some things to take care of, and trying to shrug off a migraine that's been trying to sneak up on me. Next stream, perhaps. Just gonna lurk for a bit. All right, that sounds good. That'll help me get some work done. And, of course, this is a good time to remind everyone, this is a lurker-friendly stream. Obviously, we love our lurkers. Giving my voice a bit of a rest. Fuck my allergies tonight. Alright, welcome back, everyone. Man, I'm all plugged up. Alright, I'm heading off. Good times, man. I'll come around on the next one, too. Thanks, man. Appreciate your help. Your, help, your presence and all that. Your help telling the ghost stories and stuff. And I'll fill you in on the weeb eventually. Word, peace out, buddy. All right, have a good rest. Hope your migraine gets better. We're getting yeah. I don't like the way those are looking. I mean, we're gonna end up changing the way they look anyway. So, but I really like the way these other ones look. Oh. You know, my wife has also been having a lot of fucking sinus issues too. Ooh. We have a long story, a long ghost story from Reddit, so we can tell that later. But I do want to get some actual work done. But this has been probably the first like actual late night with Eric Malachite that has felt like it in a couple of days, you know. So I ranted about AI for a while on Tuesday's show, or not Tuesday's show, last night's show. That's it. Time is immaterial. Did you know that reality is immaterial? Mike Portnoy thinks he's profound. But there was something I wanted to say about all this, and it's a bit of a shame that hesitation is heading off, because this is a, well, maybe it's a good thing, because this is a bit of a mindfuck. So there is potentially a new theory of cognition coming out, and I've mentioned this on the show before, but I have not had a chance to look into Anton Petrov's sources. But, so take this a bit with a grain of salt, because it's still a developing scientific model. I don't want to say theory, because, you know, when you're talking about science, it's very easy for laymen, and being a layman is not a problem. You know, it took me a while to wrap my head around a lot of different concepts in science, like scientific theories and scientific models being the same thing. But a theory in science is basically a scientific model that is provable within a reasonable doubt. Like, it is basically objective fact. And this, while this is a model, a hypothesis that is becoming, it's on its way to becoming theory. It could end up being as important to our understanding of the world and science and, like, our consciousness as evolution. So the theory of evolution is one of the most important theories, that scientific theories that we have. Just period. So this theory of cognition suggests that the brain itself creates a model, a simulation of our environment based off of all of the stimuli, visual, sensory information, and stores it like a buffer. So, you know how video games preload instances and then load things that, you know, behind walls and stuff like that? Your brain kind of works like that, or at least this is what the research is suggesting so far. And what this means is that, you know, your brain is not constantly processing all of the information that your eyes see. When you touch your nose, it feels instantaneous, but because of this buffering, your brain is telling you what you're sensing ahead of the signal actually reaching your brain. So you experience it as it's happening, as if it's happening immediately. And this helps keep you alive. And basically, evolutionarily speaking, as far as natural selection is concerned, as long as it's keeping you alive, that's all that really matters. So what this could mean is that, you know, our reality as it's perceived is basically a controlled hallucination. So all of the things that we've been talking about tonight could be explainable to some degree as a controlled hallucination. I don't know, because shared hallucinations do happen. As far as I'm aware, anyway. I'm pretty sure that that is a thing. Alright, so we got inks done on this. There we go. Alright, I think I'm going to take a break and then decide whether I want to take this all the way with colors or before we get to layouts or switch to layouts, because I feel like we've done a good job on this and this could be a good, place to stop. Hey Miss Sam, how you doing? We're about to take a break because I need a bio break. I need to use the bathroom. I have lots of seltzer water running through me, but we're going to be back. Hope you're doing well. But let's go ahead and take that break, and I will be back very, very soon. All right, I am back. Hope everyone had a good break. Hope you had the opportunity to stretch and all those wonderful things. We are plugging away at this bookmark, and we're going to switch soon to Chapter 3 layouts. Earlier this week, I was able to get some of them done. Sometimes this is... Just got back, too. Sushi date turned into a nap. Oh. So these are some of the layouts that I've been doing. I really like the way this one turned out. I'm glad your sushi date went well. This is what we got done, and we did a whole lot of... we did a lot of talking about... I'm gonna leave wifey a lurk after saying hi, so be right back. Oh, thank you. Thank you for lurking on her. So this is the bookmark. Not yet. He needs colors. So I need his design sheet. But we told a lot of the Ghost Road stuff. Like, it might be easier for you. It's both streams open, so I see everything, but I'm a mute and meet her for a second. Okay, gotcha. Enjoy the meet and greet. So we can walk on the water and still find reasons to swim inside. You know what? We're just gonna do a big old vague blob. Fuck it. We're gonna do it the old way. This is a small enough drawing that that might be best. Welcome back. So yeah, glad your sushi date went well enough that it would turn into a nap. I think wife and I need to have a date soon, a date night. Date day, date night, very soon. Because we've been working, and we've been working hard. Now, you said this is the only time he really looks happy. Is he usually fussy or sad boy? Do it. Right. Yeah, he's... Well, his backstory is pretty tragic, and he's a bit of a heel. Like, in the wrestling sense, he plays more of a heel in the ring. And he's... he's funny. I think everyone's really gonna like him, and we'll come to understand him as well. Date nights are great, yeah. Oh, ad. The ad has started. Still find reasons to swim inside. Don't worry, there's a bigger wave. Yep, and we will see you after the ad. And since these are a complicated shape, I'm just going to paint them in. That's just way easier than trying to select it all out, because I don't feel like doing that right now. Sometimes that's easier, and sometimes it's just not. Because I have more control as I am right now. And you're back. I'm free! Yes, you are. You are free of those dastardly ads. Yeah, Geist is a bit of a heel in the ring. He acts in, like, the wrestling sense. He plays the villain in the ring and is a bit of a troll. But he's a good person at heart. He's had a very traumatic childhood. He spent most of his life living on a generation ship, or not most of his life, the first couple of years of his life on a generation ship, and we're going to find out more about his backstory and why he doesn't like to spend time at home a little bit in Chapter 3, actually. So we're going to be working on layouts very soon. Since this is a smaller drawing, I can just put this stuff in. But when you left, where do you remember where I left off in the story? I can retell some of it. I can't retell it the same way twice, though, unfortunately. And I also no longer have hesitation here to fill in some of the gaps, so I can recant some of what he was saying. So do let me know if you would like to hear the story, or if you just later on after the show want to go back and watch that portion of the show that you missed. You were at college, friends were drinking, thought y'all were a bit of ghost hunters, then how AI and algorithm is shite. Ah, okay. So basically all of the Ghost Road stuff. Alright, so we started going to Santa Rosa Mine Road in Paris, California, when sometime around... I need to close this gap. Around 2008, 2009. We narrowed that down while Hesitation was here. So we went out the first night and we had like a case of beer. There was like 3 of us. It was always 3 of us going out at a time. First night, nothing really happened. One of those people who we do not associate with anymore for a multitude of reasons, was very skeptical, and like that's understandable, like being skeptical, but he was a dick about it. You know, one of those people that was like, oh, if you believe in any of that stuff, you're an idiot, you know, that sort of thing. And yeah, so nothing really happened that night, but it was either the second or the third night that we went back without douchebag. I'll just call him douchebag. That stuff started to happen. we started to hear disembodied footsteps whenever we pulled off the side of the road. And this happened up and down the entire road, and Hesitation claimed that he saw what he described as some kind of a giant jackal creature thing. And I can't really corroborate that, because I didn't see that. I've never seen a ghost or anything. I have heard footsteps, disembodied footsteps, several times in my life now, but never seen anything like that. I've seen staticky outlines of shapes. That's about it. For like what I've seen, quote unquote, or perceived. We'll say that. I've heard footsteps. I've had a lot of strange things happen to me. But the only time I've seen shadow people or Hat Man was either when I was a child or in a dream. Hey, Miss Sam, I've been pretty good. As you can see, the Kickstarter is 124% funded. So, doing great as far as that goes. We smashed through our first stretch goal. We're on our way to the second stretch goal. I see that. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you. We're plugging away, getting there. Where is... I guess I can go back, and then... So we're, that's fucking dope, I guess all my marketing efforts are working, because I don't know who did that. Alright, let's look at stretch goals. Okay, so Cover Gallery is being added to Standard Edition, and then Lore Compendium 1 is going to be added to Standard Edition at 3,000. Once we reach 3,000 on that. So that's going to be funded. So if you guys are watching and you want to support the Kickstarter, you will not be charged until the Kickstarter is ended. And we have, what is it? What do we have? How many days? It is 23 days to go. So there's lots of time to pledge. And where's that link? The link is pinned in the chat. The Kickstarter link is pinned in the chat, pinned in the chat, pinned in the chat. Zydrate comes in a little glass vial, little glass vial, little glass vial. But, okay, where was I? We started hearing disembodied footsteps. Also, under the video. Under the video. Under the video. Thank you. Yeah. And I'm really proud of that trailer, too. It's a little on the long side, but, like, it's getting good stats. Most people complete it. Like, they watch the whole thing. And I was told, do 2 minutes, but maybe keep it under a minute, just to be safe. And, like, the original cut of that trailer, which I might show off, because it included information about the tabletop RPG and stuff, but I had to cut that stuff just for length. The original version of it was like 4 minutes long. And I've done a couple of videos where I do dramatic readings of the comic, and people seem to like those too. And I could do more of those in the future. Hell, on the next Kickstarter, I don't know when that's going to be, but on the next one, maybe we can have a reward where I do a whole chapter and do a dramatic reading. I don't know how to handle that as far as, like, how do you even do that as a reward? You know what I mean? But it's pretty cool. Anyway, disembodied footsteps. We were intrigued, obviously, and we drove up and down the road, and, like, Hesitation kept insisting that he saw a jackal leap over the car. So I don't know, because I didn't see that. So, like, gotta take his word for that, and we don't know what that would have been anyway, so, you know, grain of salt, right? What I can tell you is that every time we pulled off the side of the road, the footsteps got more intense. And my surrogate brother, because as I explained, I took my dad to court when I was younger for guardianship, and I had a guardian at the time, and stuff like that. So, he decided to go down the hill and investigate where the footsteps were coming from. Just to have something nebulous happen to him. He was always not very good at... He would make decisions like that. Not smart decisions like that. And, you know... When they say that ADHD people and their hypothalamus doesn't develop until, like, sometimes even after 26, I can believe it in his case. And I think it's hypothalamus. It's whatever causes you or enables or doesn't enable, but it does help with decision making and executive decision. Not just executive decision, but like critical thinking is easier once it reaches a better state of maturity. And I have read scientific papers on this. It is not the same as the brain isn't fully developed until 25 or 26. That's bullshit, as Hesitation pointed out. But this, the hypothalamus developing and not reaching full maturity until around 25, 26, mostly 26, unless you're ADHD, is true. But other parts of the brain are usually, they continue developing. They're always developing, you know? We are in a state of constant change. Pretty much always. So, but yeah, very good example of someone who does not have good executive decision, because he also had ADHD and probably has some type of autism and stuff too. I would bet, and put money on that. But, you know, it's... We keep getting in his car and driving up and down the road. We keep doing that again and again and again and again and again. And we keep hearing the footsteps. And at one point, it definitely felt like something was chasing the car. Like, I remember feeling like it chased the car. It was weird. It was very weird. But, and as we discovered, we found a location where the activity was really strong. The footsteps weren't just in the tall grass, because at first we thought, okay, maybe it's rodents or something like that. But then, when you really think about it, rodents are prey animals. They typically will not react. They will stay very still when predators like us are near. So, no idea. So why would they be running? No idea. Because we couldn't see them. They're just disembodied whatever. You know, they're footsteps that we have no idea what they are. And I'm not going to offer any, like, explanations. I don't necessarily think that, you know, it's one thing or another. You know, it's demons. It's the ghosts of indigenous people or something, you know? No, like, the thought. Because if I see rats running, I'm following their lead. Right. So, but this didn't sound like running. It sounded like controlled footsteps in the grass. Because they don't run for nothing. Yeah, but it wasn't rodents. Because when we got to this part of the road, and I'll show you in a minute. Because I actually found it. I found it on Google Earth. Go back to Santa Rosa Mine Road. I actually found it, but I want to get more of these flats done. So I will go back there. And so here's what happened when we got to this junction of El Nido Road, which eventually turns into Slaughter Road, up a very long dirt path. The footsteps started sounding like they were coming not from the brush as much, but on the road itself. Like it sounded like footsteps on the asphalt. No joke. All of us heard it. And at one point, it felt like they were all around us. Like we were surrounded. And none of us were moving. So, my friend, Hesitation, decided to take out his switchblade. And he tells us, in his very... in his unique way of trying to sound badass, I basically have one foot in the grave already anyway, so I'm gonna try to make contact. And he runs his switchblade over his arm, and then when we see his arm again, there are 3 finger trails coming from the wound. It's blood. And so we checked his hands according to Hesitation. I didn't remember this at the time, but I vaguely remember it now. But take that with a grain of salt. His fingers didn't have blood on them. Whether someone else grabbed his hand or something to be like, hey, don't do that. You know, I don't know. I can't really say. There were 3 of us there, and no one had blood on their hands as far as I remember. So that's a little weird. And let's see. Okay, here it is. All right, we're gonna change scenes real quick. So this is the area where we would park, and it looked like this, and like, I'm sorry, the images are very blurry. This is around the time when we started coming here. And what we would do, we would park over here, and we would get out, and the footsteps all sounded like they were both in the grass and over around us, and we would stand roughly around here in the middle of the night. So this is the location where most of the activity, although it happened up and down the entire road, I am not kidding. So one night, when we were doing one of these investigations, Hesitation decides he's going to get himself possessed. And at the time, we believed in some hocus pocus stuff, whether you want to call it bullshit, immaterial. But he was trying to pull something in, and I was trying to push things out with my energy, keep things out, because I didn't want my friend to get possessed or hurt himself or whatever. And I swear, this tree, this big-ass tree over here, because we were parked right around here. We were parked right around here, and this thing started shaking. It was basically as clear as it is here, except clearer probably, because I don't know what the fuck that is up there. This whole ass tree shook, and it shook loudly. There was no wind at all. I remember that vividly. Not a star in the sky either. That was weird. Another time we were out with and after that, actually, I was getting ahead of myself. My surrogate brother, Hesitation, and I walked up this trail. We walked up, and we walked for a long time, and until 2018, there was no pathway on Google to go down this. And we walked, and we walked, and we walked. It's like Lord of the Rings. And eventually, I don't know where it was, but we're going to come up upon this, what looks like a well, but we found mines back here. Remember, this road, its official name is Santa Rosa Mine Road. It wasn't here, but it was at this bend. There it is. This thing. I remember this thing. And further back there is an entrance, just a drop into a cave, and there's water down there because this is a well. It's a well. You can kind of see it here. And now you can really see it, that it's just a big opening right here. And it's just open. You could fall down this thing. It's bad. But there is a cave back there that just drops down into where a lot of the mines were. And like apparently they got flooded out. And my surrogate brother decides to jump. He doesn't jump, but he climbs down into the cave. Because, again, no sense of self-preservation. And he used to do stuff like this a lot. And whatnot. So there we have that. And further up is where... Let's go ahead and do Slaughter Road. No. Further up, this turns into Slaughter Road. So Slaughter Road is over here. The dirt path is over here. And eventually we found a big red... Oh, yeah, that's inviting. Yeah. And you can see it. Slaughter Road. Not making it up. And so here's where we were. And we walked all the way up here until we found a sign that was painted in big red letters in the middle of the night. We only had like dim little flashlights to light our way that said Slaughter Road. Okay. So fast forward, I want to say it was like, it was another night that we went out with Hesitation's mom. So yeah. That was pretty weird. But when we went out with Hesitation's mom, she swore something grabbed the wheel and was trying to guide her. Like, she felt resistance on the steering wheel. No idea if I believe that. But I do remember feeling, every time we went out, and went out to Santa Rosa Mine Road, a couple of things. And one of those things was that I could feel, when I stuck my hand out the window, it felt like fingertips were brushing over my forearms. And sometimes I would get little pinpricks. And that happens when bugs fly into you anyway, so that could be an explanation for that. But the feeling of fingerprints or fingers brushing over my skin is something I can't really explain, but it's not the best, the most weird thing. Like, that could be explained, I'm sure. That could be psychosomatic or something like that. The footsteps are still weird. Now, the night we went out with her, we saw fingerprints on the side view mirror outside her car, on the driver's side and passenger side. I saw it on the driver's side. Hesitation saw it on the other side. So, fingerprints, and he has claimed that he has seen the same thing many times. So, fun. We go back to that spot. you know, and it's, you know, we start hiking up that area, and like I swear I felt like I could. He saw full on like shadows or something, or he felt like they were shadows. I thought they were more staticky outlines of things, and it felt like I was getting resistance walking up the hill. And like I was in pretty good shape at the time too. So it was not, you know, it was weird. It was really weird, and shortly after that, we got out of there. And the interesting thing is, although there's only one other person other than Hesitation that I could probably ask what he recalls from there, but everyone I brought out to Santa Rosa Mine Road heard the same footsteps. Like, everyone heard the footsteps. Every single person besides Douchebag. So that is weird, right? Very weird. Alright, I need to pull a color from somewhere. So that's pretty much what happened on Santa Rosa Mine Road that I experienced. Hesitation, maybe tomorrow night's show, if he's feeling up to it, may talk about his experiences. And then I think I'm just going to do... I'll use this one. But that's not the only weird ghost story that I have, though. I'm going to let this load. It's a big file. Spoilers, by the way, for the end of Chapter 2. Let's see. I don't want to... We got an ad starting in 1 minute, and I will continue my story after that. Damn it. Base. Oh, shit. I can just open up the image. Welcome back, everyone, if you're back. My time blindness is really bad, so I literally can't tell if I just zoned out. Layout's shareable. That's right. I never left, so I don't know about them ads. Oh, really? Okay. I thought the ads had started and ended. I don't know, though. I just work here. Should I do this? Because I like these shapes. Oh, ad started. There they are. Yeah, there you go. Alright, you guys should be back now. Yeah, I don't know. That one was really delayed. That was actually perfect. Extremely delayed. Quinn was ending, so I got to say goodnight. Aw, sweet. Great. That means I can lurk on someone else, because I can only lurk on 2 streams at once. And then I missed a couple spots, but that's to be expected. We're actually gonna fill these in. Back in my day, you could have 10 tabs open, absolutely. But, you know, Twitch decided if you're lurking on more than 2 streams at once on the same IP address, your views don't count on any of them. And apparently it's been like that for a while, so they suck. They're the worst. We don't like them. Fuck Bezos. Anyway, so that was pretty much my experience with Ghost Road. I didn't have a lot of... Does that count accounts? IP address. Because my husband and I both do lurkins. As long as your computer is counted as a second IP address, as a different IP address, then yeah. Then it'll be fine, as long as you're on a different machine. And that machine has a different IP address. But some people's networks, some people's IP addresses, because they're filtering through a router, are counted as the same IP address. So, you know, what about those people? Yeah, so if your machine is counted as a separate IP address, then it should be fine. I think we are fine as far as that goes, because we're both wired in. We're not wireless. But in any case, it's a dumb policy from a dumb company. And a dumb billionaire who sucks. Anyway, eventually I got married. I am unaware of how that works with home Wi-Fi or for phones or whatnot. He's stinky. Yeah. Bo Burnham did a whole song about Bezos. And it was pretty good. Because, yeah, Bezos sucks. So eventually I got married, and I moved out to Virginia. And Northern Virginia specifically. My brother lived out here, and he offered that we could come out, sleep on his couch, find work and stuff, and, you know, do the thing. And we did. I found work. I found work at Giant Food in Centerville, Virginia. And this is going to be important. The location is going to be important. So there we go. And I was on night crew after a while, a couple months in probably, because I didn't start on night crew. I had to be like, hey, can you put me on night crew? And so I did. And one night, or not even night, one sleeping session, because I would sleep from about 10 o'clock, because I would have to unwind after I came home from work from night crew. I would get off around 8 o'clock and come home and go to sleep around 10 a.m. Terrible schedule. Do not like it. Do not recommend doing graveyard. It's the worst. And some people have been doing it for decades, and holy shit, I did not like it. I did overnights. I did that too. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. sleeping. Yep. And that was basically my schedule for a while. Now, I am not on that schedule. I go to bed around 5 a.m. I'm doing better. So, I'm sleeping in my sister-in-law's room because everyone else is active during the day. I have like a face mask and stuff. And on one occasion, I have the weirdest, trippiest fucking dream I've ever had. 5 hours better, exactly. It's still technically dark. It's fine. It's fine. And so this dream, I am in a mansion of some kind, and I called it a mansion because it felt huge. And when I usually tell this story, I like to tell people that it didn't feel like a dream. It didn't feel like a place in a dream. It felt like a real place. I usually use the term ethereal. And so it was a rectangular room, and all my family were there. They were stuck on devices and things like that. And I had a device as well. I was sitting in a recliner, and it had the device in my hand was a camera with a viewfinder. So I got up and I started walking around with the viewfinder and moved into a large space that was like an outdoor area that had been converted into an indoor area. There was against the far wall to my right was an adobe looking staircase. It was a sideways staircase that led up to a single door. And I felt compelled to approach and raise the camera viewfinder to my eye. And what I saw was a shadow person with crimson, like, sharp oval eyes. If you've ever seen artwork of a gray alien, that's what it looked like in the dream. And I, in the dream, said, nope, turned around and walked toward, and started heading toward the front door, aimed the viewfinder at that, and there's another one crouched in front of it. Same crimson eyes, too. Sharp oval eyes. Similar to the grays in popular fiction and media and stuff, which really are just like barn owls, baby barn owls. That's what they were based on. That's what and Betty and Barney Hill's story, of course, has been proved to be a hoax as well. So the grays don't actually exist, but that creepy, that creepy look, those eyes, that's what the shadow people had. And as soon as I saw the second one, it dashed at me. It tried to tackle me, basically. And I was surrounded by them. Now, back then I was practicing meditation and basically ki or chi manipulation. Which is where it's basically energy manipulation. I don't put much stock in it these days, but at the time, that's what I thought was the best way to get rid of things like this, presences and stuff, and it had worked in the past. So this is what I did in the dream. And I suddenly, as I'm surrounded by these things in the dream, it's like the dream changes. And I'm in a formless void of where the ground is cement and the land goes on forever, and the sky is white. And it feels like I'm standing in line in the dream. Only I can tell that I'm still being watched, and things are around me, and they're still trying to get me. So I remember where I was. It wasn't like one of those dreams where the scenery changes, and, you know, you just accept it because it's dream logic. It's like, oh, well, whatever. No, I knew that the scene changed, and I was not okay with it. And it felt like those things were still around me. So I started trying to get rid of these things with my energy, pushing my energy out to get them to leave. And that's when I woke up. I woke up and my ex, then wife, now ex, was standing over the bed, wondering why I was having such a difficult time waking up. And when I woke up, I felt like the whole ass room had like a charge to it. And I've felt like that before. When I mentioned those staticky figures on Ghost Road, that's the same thing. Like, I felt like there was static over my vision. And this wouldn't be the last time that I felt like that, too. And I felt like there was a presence in the room. So I asked her to leave, and I did that meditation ritual. Cleanse the room with my energy, whatever. You know, take that with a grain of salt. If you don't believe it, that's fine. It felt like it worked, though. So, from where I sit now, I would probably use something similar to that. That process, at least. Because I believe something like that does work to get rid of these things. If your intention is to get rid of a bad presence, you can do so. In my experience, at least, in my subjective experience. And, you know, I will never tell you what these things are or were, you know. But it seemed to work. And I got up. I was really groggy and had my coffee, you know, got ready for work. And before I knew it, it was time to clock in. And every night before a shift, we would all sit out in front of the store, you know, at like 11 o'clock, whatever, before the shift actually starts. And we would just talk, you know, what's going on, stuff. And I decided to start telling Marcus the night captain, about my nightmare. And eventually he realizes, oh, we got to get started. And I'm continuing to tell him as we all enter the door. And the other two workers, they make a beeline and go straight for the pallets and stuff to get started. And Marcus stays behind to get some coffee at the cappuccino machine at the front of the store. And there's no one outside. That's important. I'm getting ready to be finished with my story, and the door at the front, through the glass tunnel, I guess you would call it, where the two automatic doors are. There's one outside, one inside that helps control insects. That door on the outside that leads to outside starts opening and closing by itself. And Marcus gets freaked out, walks over, turns the sensor off, locks the door, and says, "That's enough of that shit." And that's the last we talked about it, at least he and I, right? We get to work breaking down the freight and stuff from all of the pallets and stuff that came up in the shipment, what have you, earlier in the day. And eventually it comes around to be 3 a.m. and I am in receiving, dropping off some reclamations, and I see a nice Indian gentleman who would usually do receiving in the on the off days when the other guy, Jeff, wasn't there. So I think his name was Jeff. I don't remember 100%. But I start talking to him about this stuff, because sometimes I would get into fun topics like that. And we, I'm telling him the story again. And I'm getting to the end where I'm talking about, like, what happened with Marcus and the automatic door, and we hear 3 pounds on the, like, pound, pound, pound against the metallic shutters for the docks. Now, remember, I mentioned this was in Centerville, Virginia. It is just a bunch of suburbia. The knocks from childhood. Something like that. I don't know if they're related. I would not suggest that they are. But 3 pounds. 3 fucking pounds. And so this suburban neighborhood has a noise ordinance, and Giant Food has to abide by it. So what this means is that no deliveries can take place before 7 a.m. So so we go to check to see what caused that, and there's nobody. There's nothing in that back parking lot. No cars, nothing. No random bread guy just, like, trying to, hey, can I just squeeze one delivery in? No, nothing. None of that. And it would have been, it's kind of odd that it happened to the shutters, because I remember the shutters shaking. That's something I almost always leave out too, and I should, whenever I tell this story, include that detail. But we saw the shutters shaking. So I can't explain that. What I thought initially, that, even after, trying to cleanse the room and everything like that, even after, like, all that, it was like, you still have the doubt that maybe it's just a dumb dream and I'm just freaking myself out or something. Maybe it's just weird and that's it. But the stuff that happened after the dream, I can't really explain. But, and that was the last time I experienced any, like, shadow people or anything paranormal in that house, that I remember, at least. However, interesting to note, years later, my nephew was staying the night over, I believe it was in my current house now. He came over, spent the night for a couple of days, and we were talking about shadow people somehow. Somehow it came up, and he told me that he and the kids that were staying there, that were his cousin's girlfriend's kids that were staying in the house and stuff, saw shadow people in the house, like in Jeremy's bedroom. So that is like, well, maybe there was something in there and it didn't like me. But I never felt it again after that. But, like, I did see that my sister-in-law's cousin had a copy of the Simon Necronomicon, so he was at least dabbling around in black magic and stupid crap like that. So it's possible it's totally unrelated, and, he was... and there's just been always some weird activity in that house. Maybe it followed my brother, because he saw shadow people in our childhood home. Weird. Not the end of my paranormal experiences, though. I have 2 more stories. And I'm not sure we're going to get to layouts tonight. But I'm having a blast tonight, guys. It was a great show. You guys are fantastic. We're having fun. All that wonderful stuff. I need to post another reel here tomorrow. Or on that. That's some cool art. I consumed a lot of your thinking power. No, it's just trying not to leave anything out that we already explained, and not having hesitation here to kind of talk about some of this stuff too. All right, I'm off. Behave. Okay, I love you, wife. Night, Quinn. So, very strange, very odd, much wow. So, fast forward to like 2015, 2016. Somewhere around there. I had to move in with some roommates. What? What are you talking about? That's all? Is that it? I said I love you. Okay. I'm gonna take a break then, and I'll be right back and I'll continue this story. All right, I am back. And don't worry, Quinn got the cuddles. Got the snugs. And I have a kitty at my feet. I'm not going to do cat tax right away because she is eating. We want to let her have her food, but I hope everyone's still having a good time. Use that extended break to go. I know the feeling. But yeah. The only reason that I was like, okay, good night, is because lately she's just been wanting to go to bed right away. Everyone demands dog tax, but he doesn't like being picked up. Yeah, Jade does not like being picked up either, but she'll tolerate it for a little while. Sometimes for a minute, sometimes for a couple of seconds. So, hate it when we don't get a spin. Hate it when the enemy travels. Yeah. Doggos. We love animals. We love the aminals. Hey. What's up, Crim? Good morning. I just woke up and I'm fully drained from yesterday excitement. Aww. Were you able to get some more sleep? So, did your doll come in? Yep. Oh. So, it's a good kind of drained, then. So, tell us about the doll. My doll came in yesterday, and I was so excited and happy, and now the autism is doing its thing. Aww. Good thing you got your doll, though. Because I know you were thinking that it was going to come the next day or something. Yup. Well, hope you got some rest at least. I was walking through, I forget what I started with. Where was I at, Bracken? In that story? Did I finish with the shadow person story? I did. Oh, that's good. That's good. Excellent. Rest is good. Rest is important. Sometimes even more so for us neurodivergent types. It's so we don't murder people. You finished the store and dream stories. Okay, okay. Alright, so later on, I was living with some roommates, and this was after my divorce with the ex that I mentioned in the shadow person story, and we all worked in the same kind of field, grocery adjacent. I was working as a vendor delivering chips for a company that I will not name. But I was living there a few months. I lived on the top floor for a while. And it was a couple months in, and I went to go do some laundry downstairs, and I felt like I got smacked in the face with a wall of static going down into the basement. There were 3 different levels on this townhouse that we moved into in Woodbridge. And this, down in the basement, it felt like there was a presence down there. And it was not kind. It was not a good presence. It didn't want me there doing my laundry. And I was like, well, fuck you. I gotta do my laundry. Go fuck yourself. And go fuck yourself. So I did my laundry, got the fuck out of there. And did not like that there was a presence down there, so but, you know, I had to get shit done and stuff. And later on, I was having my coffee and sitting out front, and I mentioned it to my roommate, one of my roommates, and she was like, yeah, my sister kind of did a seance in there, because the other roommate saw herself as a witch. So she did a seance down there because apparently there was some activity down there, and the roommate lived down there with her teenager and newborn baby. The newborn baby is the important part of this story. So I was like, well, you know, all right, I'll contact this other guy, this guy I know, who is well, I'll be damned. What are you reacting to, Krim? I contact this guy I know who is kind of into the paranormal and stuff, and he decides to help me banish whatever is down there. No, the baby will be damned. And, you know, not far off for where this story is going. So we decided to get rid of the thing, and through a combination of what I was talking about before with the you know, meditation and stuff, and using my own energy, and him believing that he can astral project through phones, through electronics, which is weird. It's very weird. Take that with a grain of salt, but I'll be honest and say that, like, both my wife and I, even though we are not friends with this person anymore, even though they've done a lot of cringy things and done a lot of weird things and a lot of awful things and stuff like that, humans are complicated, right? A broken clock is still right twice a day, and in this case, this person was right twice. So, I don't know if that means they can astral project, but you know what? There's another thing that's coming up that's weird, and either a coincidence or a really good guess, but take that however you wish as we continue. So, he believed that we should be able to get rid of this thing. Jade, what are you doing? She wants out. Be right back. Okay, here you go. There you go. Good girl. I think she wants to go lay on the couch, since she's heading for the living room. We decided to get rid of this thing, and he decided, he is like, okay, we're gonna trap this thing in what I call a shintai. And I was a new bachelor once again, so I was drinking a lot, and I had a lot of bottle caps, and I thought it was really funny that I decided to use and we have an ad coming up, and I'm gonna snooze it real quick while I explain this. He thought the bottle cap would be enough to get rid of this thing. And it sounds so stupid. It is. It is. It's very stupid. So he believed that this thing was trapped inside the beer bottle cap. So he's like, just dispose of it somewhere along your route tomorrow. So I did that at a Walmart, because fuck Walmart, right? Fuck the Waltons. So I after that, there was no more activity. It was gone. Gone. No more activity. No more paranormal activity in the house. You know, clap, clap. It's done. We're good. And I was gonna just kind of not worry about explaining it to the roommate and kind of let her figure it out. Because whatever, you know. But she comes to me and says, "Thank you. Whatever you guys did, it's gone." So without us having to tell her that it was gone, it was gone. And then she starts explaining some things. So this is where it gets freaky. All right. You can think that we just got rid of it and it left or something, and all the shit with the bottle cap is just delusional. Sure. Probably, maybe, I don't know. Who cares? But she tells me that her teenager, who was living in and she should not have been staying in what would later become my office down in the basement, because it had no windows down there. It had a closet and no windows, and that's not a bedroom according to law. But she was staying in that room, and hearing disembodied voices and stuff calling her name, and seeing things fly off the walls. And my roommate was claiming to be waking up at 3 a.m. every night, hearing hissing over the baby's crib in the corner of the room. And I'm sitting here like, this is all after the fact, after we already got rid of it. And we were calling him Weeaboo, or Weeb. And Weeb says, describe this thing as, he called it the lamia. He said it had long claws and a snout, and it was dark, and it was stalking in that corner where the baby's crib was. That's where it was, hiding in there. And so hearing this, like, oh crap, you know, it sounds like it was after the baby. And she keeps talking about this, like, yeah, I would get up and I would see shadow people, because babies be damned. She told me she would see shadow people chase her up the stairs, and then she would be like, they would pull on her hair and stuff as she's trying to get ready for work and things like that. And that's most of what I remember of what she told me there. But the thing that gives me chills a little bit is that she said, and then one night I woke up and I was the one hissing. Chills. Absolute chills. That is not the last paranormal experience that I had until in memory, you know. Like, I've had, like, weird vibes and stuff like that, but not, like, an ongoing story. And I'm thankful for that, because this stuff can get creepy, and it can get weird, and it's honestly a little exhausting. Once you have the story, it's all good and great, but, like, it's never fun in the moment. It's always unnerving and stressful and annoying. It's annoying. Paranormal stuff in your house is annoying as fuck. Like, especially with the stuff that I've dealt with, because shadow people are annoying. Alright, so we have an ad coming up, and I will tell my final story, and eventually I want to have Quinn on to talk about, from her perspective, what happened in her apartment. And we'll see you back here after the ad. Please remember that we did not choose these sponsors. They dragged us into a back alley at knife point and forced us to show you their wares. I'll see you guys back here after the ads. Hopefully... Oh, I'm getting... And they should be starting soon. We'll see if they're delayed. Gets bored. None still dawn. Is that when he said later up? Then back in the door. Talk shit when we get outside. I wanna play tough when you're terrified. Oh shit! What's up, Davey? I was just... I was just sneaking to see what you were working on. How's it going? I saw you were online. Aw, thank you for the follow. Pull nose? Am I saying that correctly? Yo. Nothing important. I mean, it looked pretty dope from where I was sitting. We're working on a bookmark. I was supposed to do chapter 3 layouts for the next thing, but one of the Kickstarter rewards for my Cyberpunk Battle manga is bookmarks, and I got to get them done. So that's what we've been doing and telling all of my ghost stories to chat. So yeah, I'm doing great. Would you like to provide an art tax that I can show on screen and what have you? Super appreciate that follow, by the way. We love ghosts. Oh yeah, I'm about to tell the last ghost story that I have in my arsenal, because thankfully since then I have not had any more weird paranormal stuff. We have successfully filled the day. Absolutely. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Philarty McGuffin and XX Grenade. 20 Grenade? This is sick. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. So we're currently at 124% of our goal with 23 days, I think, left in the campaign. Aw. Thank you, Shiny Dynamic Phil 26. Thank you for the follow. Link, it is pinned in the chat. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Oh, this is dope, dude. I'm glad I followed you. Yeah, I was, like, trying to be sneaky. It was like, I like to lurk on a couple of people. Fuck, yeah, I was hoping you shared this one. Yeah, okay, we're gonna switch over, and we're gonna see what Davey B was up to. Damn it! I did it again! I'm a pro streamer, I promise. Look at this shit. This is dope. Love it. Love it. Love all the, love the liquid, I want to say, and then the flames, or what, I think it's flames up here. Like, I love all of your stippling. I think this, oh my god, this is stippling, isn't it? Are you a tattoo artist? I'm just a silly goose. Nice. Very nice. Holy shit, dude. Yeah. A Swedish goose. A Swedish goose. Yeah, I thought I was being slick lurking on you. Bjork, are you wearing that goose costume again? No, I'm just some guy. Well, you're a badass artist is what you are. And this is fucking dope. And this is all traditional, right? All is full of love. This is fucking awesome, man. Do you have, like, a Kara? Do you have a website where I could check out the rest of your stuff? Are you on Insta? Maybe I followed you on Insta. I don't know. My algorithm's so fucked up on Insta. That was fucking dope. Absolutely fucking dope. Thank you so much for the raid, though. Like, feel free to link your stuff. Like, if you have an Insta, link it. Like, links are totally fine in this channel. What am I doing? I went to the wrong tab again. I'm a pro streamer, I swear. Yes, I am. I'm not. Thank you for the kind words, sir. It's traditional, but there's a little digital involved in my process now. Oh, that's cool. Insta is a nightmare. I've started just going to my following tab, so it shows me only posts from people I follow, and it's chronological. But they hide the following section. That's weird. Yeah, I've been trying to post reels since that's apparently what you're supposed to do. Like simple edits and stuff. I just did a cover reveal for this chapter 2 cover. Because I finished chapter 2 over the weekend as we were launching the Kickstarter. But yeah, so if you guys don't know who I am already, I am Eric Malachite. I am a cosmic horror, dark fantasy, and cyberpunk author. Also, I am an illustrator and a comic book artist now. We're going to pop over to my Kickstarter page so I can show you all the pages that I have there real fast. So this time I'm going to do it right, I promise. Yay, I did it right. So this is, you can see we are 124% funded, which is dope. There's my cover. And then this is what I've been working on for the last several months. And these are the colors. Polnose, are you talking about Davey B's stuff? Because I would agree that, like, his stuff is really good. But these are all, like, this is all old work, technically. So some of this stuff, like, I've gotten a lot better over the course of working on this project. But the first chapter is 40 pages. You can read the first 8 of chapter 1 and 4 from chapter 2. Oh, thank you. then we have variant covers, and my buddy Designs, he's a friend of the channel, helped with some variant covers. There's going to be an alternate edition that has concept art. It has world building stuff, a lore compendium. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Krim. And character designs, all sorts of stuff like this. This is one of the lore compendium examples, and I think I still have a couple more to make and finish up, but it process documentation in it and stuff. We're gonna have stickers, but here's some chapter 2 stuff. And so chapter 1 is 40 pages, 23 color, and then 17 black and white. So I use tones for the black and white pages, but I also do shit like this on the color pages. Chapter 2 is 10 color, 13 black and white. And then I'm just beginning to work on the layouts for chapter 3, and I'll show you those in a second. But this is all the stuff that I'm offering kind of in the Kickstarter. This is the first bookmark that I designed, and I'm working on the second of 5. And then here's the, this is a work in progress. Funny thing, my buddy Matt did this one, and he thought it was hair, but the Sindala, the aliens, some of the aliens in this book, they have keratin horns, not hair. And he just he thought it was hair because they were clusters. And here's the other guy. He's an Indian artist, super talented guy. He designed that, and it looks smooth. And then we have stretch goals. So we've just smashed through our first stretch goal. My bad. And then so we have a cover gallery added to the standard edition chapter 1, and the second will be the lore compendium itself gets added to the standard edition as well. So we'll have more pages. It's just going to increase the printing cost, basically. So that's how much we need to get to that point. But yeah, and then I'll show you what else I've been working on. Today I've been a little bit distracted. Usually it takes me about 3 hours to do a bookmark, but everyone's wanted to hear all my ghost stories. So these are kind of my layout process. I'm really happy with this one. The actions really coming together nicely, but you can kind of see where I'm going with chapter 3 right now. And yeah. Glad you guys are digging that, but if you guys want to check that out and maybe support the Kickstarter if you can, no pressure, or send it to someone who likes cyberpunk stuff. I always describe the cyberpunk battle manga as it's like Dragon Ball if it had a Lovecraftian baby with Akira. Lovely work all around. Well, thank you. Should I call you Phil? Like, is Phil okay? Dude, 10 out of 10. Oh, thank you. Thank you. But the basic plot of the first story arc is going to be the main character, one of the main characters, Keelan, is entering what is called the underground fight circuit to save his dad after some organ harvesters basically hijacked his artificial heart and are demanding a ransom. So he's entering the tournament not because he wants to fight, or he actually doesn't like fighting. He doesn't like that side of his heritage and stuff. He's like half Sindala and has this ability to use ki and stuff like that. But he's only entering to get the prize money and save his dad, and there's going to be a lot of roadblocks to getting there, and a looming war on the horizon with what I call the corporate confederacy. Lots of world building. I have ADHD, you can probably tell now. But so happy to have you guys in here. I stream. I'm actually working on figuring out my streaming schedule. So I was streaming 5 nights a week, and that's just way too much. So next week I'm probably going to do Wednesday through Saturday night. If you like to co-work once or twice a week, there's a sprint chat in his Discord. Oh yeah, I do writing sprints on Wednesdays because I am also a writer. In fact, I've had to retrain my art skills multiple times because I like would get, either burnt out on art, or I would let the imposter syndrome win. And this time it seems that's just $1 Million Baby. That's just $1 million, baby, with extra steps. Just kidding. Aw. Or do you mean the movie $1 Million Baby? I think that's what you meant. Good joke. Good joke. I got it eventually. But yeah, and we're just working on this. And the movie, yeah, okay. I got it eventually. I'm smart. SMRT. We also love Simpsons in here. We make a lot of Simpsons jokes and references. And we sometimes read random ghost stories off Reddit, too, whenever you're a butthead. You seem alright so far. And my buddy from back in the day, Hesitation, was in here, and we were telling about our adventures on a road in Southern California called Santa Rosa Mine Road, which we called Ghost Road. It was a wild story. I retold it later on. But you guys are coming in as I was going to explain to a new follower here as well. Whenever new followers come in, oh, do you listen to Creepcast? It's a podcast where they read stuff off No Sleep. No, I don't actually. I've listened to some horror podcasts, but like mostly Magnus Archives and Archive 81 and stuff like that. Usually cosmic horror oriented. Like I don't really do a whole lot of the creepypasta stuff anymore. Do you sleep in a race car, Homer? I sleep in a big bed with my wife. One of my favorite Simpsons moments. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. But like what lives rent free in my head is usually the SMRT quote. We were rewatching all of the early Simpsons, like season 1 through 8. So like the episode where Bart goes on a road trip and gets a fake driver's license is great. Like so many episodes, really. It's really hard to choose from. Who Shot Mr. Burns is a classic, obviously. But like there are a couples that I don't always remember whenever we do a rewatch. And unfortunately, we're going to be losing access to Disney Plus soon because our mother-in-law is going to just cancel it pretty soon because money and stuff like that. It's getting expensive to do the streaming thing. So maybe we'll just have to buy the seasons we like and keep those around. As we're getting tired of these price hikes and stuff on streaming services. But I do eventually plan on, especially if someone gets the gets the big package on the Kickstarter, or gets us through one of the stretch goals. I buy all my favorite movies with torrent coin. Solid idea, dang old Disney. Pay more money for the same service. Right? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this streaming BS. I don't know what torrent coin is. Oh yeah. 5-finger discount. I'm caught up. I've been adjusting to these late nights, and it's affected my recall a little bit. Because I was on a normal schedule before deciding, you know what, so I guess I can talk about this now. I also am the host of Biographics and Geographics. I succeeded Simon Whistler and Carl Smallwood, and I was also the project manager over there. But the company's not doing great because a lot of people stopped watching after Simon left, which is understandable. He was the face of the channels. But I've developed, kind of a rapport with the audience that remained. And unfortunately, the company's not doing well. So, you know, we're maybe not doing that. You know, at the very least, it's no longer going to be paying our bills. So we basically were told, oh, I guess this is the end. Or it is turning into something else and you're not going to be able to pay your bills with it anymore. Your main source of income is changing, right? So I decided I was like, okay, well, all the things I've read about streaming is, you know, if you're up until 3 a.m., 12 to 3 a.m., you know, that's the best time, or 12 to 8 a.m. is the best time to stream and for new people to find you. So I was like, hell, I'll just lean into the late night radio vibes, you know, tell ghost stories, talk about the paranormal a little bit with a twist, because I tell you guys every single time, take it with a grain of salt. We don't talk about conspiracy shit on here, you know. Like, UFO stories are fine, but we don't want to hear about, you know, the conspiracies that go with them and stuff like that. So it's a controlled sort of, hey, if you have a ghost story, drop it in the chat and I'll read it off in a pleasing cadence, you know. So I designed this overlay, and you're digging that? Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. And I'm still working on it. Like, I still have some of the cyberpunk iconography on here. Like, my transition is left over from the previous thing that I downloaded with my Envato subscription, because I'm a video editor as well. I wear many hats. I'm slightly insane. Only slightly, though. And don't call me Shirley. But you know, it's been going pretty well so far. I mean, at the very least, I think that's at least part of the reason why the Kickstarter has been successful. You know, people discovering me late at night and then liking the comic enough to go over and do the thing. And that's, like, I've been having to be nicer to myself, because, like, I always slightly insane. Right? Exactly. But I need to redesign my transitions. And I also need to finish doing all my alerts and making them within the theme of late night radio host. Whether that's like old radio broadcast things. Like, I think my my raid thing is actually from the original War of the Worlds broadcast. So it's where they're talking about, you know, we've seen some gas disruption coming from Mars and it's coming to hit the Earth or something. So originally it was all Dragon Ball Z abridged theme. You better be nice to yourself. Yeah, I wasn't being very nice to myself. Like, I saw someone pledge $120 for a variant cover, and I was like, "Oh, is that a friend who just wanted to be nice or something?" That was my first thought. Not, "Oh, someone loves my stuff and wanted to pledge that much." And like, they purchased the shout out and the variant cover, and, you know. Or my second thought is, oh, they're a scammer or something. That's probably a bot, and they're gonna remove it in the morning or something. Like, why do I tell myself these things? You know, so like, but as artists and like as writers, we can be so mean to ourselves, and there's no reason to. Like, you can stay humble without and still acknowledge that people want your stuff. You know. But I'm also going to be doing more shows and, like, trade shows and stuff like that. Fuck your shit good. Be nice. Fucker, your shit good. Thank you, Krim. But, you know, and I'm not saying that as, like... I literally do not believe chat when they say they like anything I do. I'm convinced everyone is a liar. Yeah, unfortunately, we're kind of trained, and I've been having to, you know, talk nicer to myself, but not just Oh, fucking A. Fucking Clip Studio. Not just that, but, like... I mean to say me. Especially me. I can understand that. I usually get overwhelmed by compliments. I'm getting better about it. Especially men. Yeah, there we go. As one of our friends of the channel, Anime AF, says a lot, and my wife says this too, we don't listen to men. They're being funny. They think they're funny. All of you therapy for self-destruction thoughts now. Well, it's also like it's a knee-jerk response, but it's also one we're like, look, Krim, I'm sorry, but some of us probably live in the US, and therapy, it'd be expensive. You want me to choose between therapy or food? Because I am dying of embarrassment. Be right back. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. No judgments here. Typos happen. Typos happen. It's okay. Then food. Therapy, then food. There we go. So you guys, Krim also deserves a hand as well because they helped us do flats. They did color flats. I don't know. So here's detail that I'm doing, and that's color flats. And they helped me out a lot on Chapter 1 by doing several of the pages as flats. I don't remember exactly the number. I could if I was looking at them. But I am trying to get this done before stream ends. I really wanted to do more layouts because I'm excited about Chapter 3 and all the things that I get to do in it. Because the scripts are written to about Chapter 7. I still need to edit Chapters 5, 6, and 7. And then I think it's going to go... The first arc's going to go to Chapter 14. But we will see, because sometimes I'm a little over-ambitious for what I can fit in a single chapter. Or I just do more black and white pages and add 26 pages. And do 26 pages, not add 26 pages. That would be insane. But I've probably never had more fun with a project than this one. And there's going to be a tabletop RPG. So. Which is pretty much done, too. I just have to flesh out all the techniques and stuff. Again, I have ADHD. I'm the worst. I make all the things. World with nothing. But yeah, Davey, it is late, so if you gotta go raid and run or what have you, feel free to do so. We also enjoy a good lurk. We're a lurker-friendly stream. When I look at a tabletop RPG, dude, you are a goldmine of cool stuff. Yeah, we're doing a battle manga style tabletop RPG. It's a really unique system. It's kind of like, if you've ever played Call of Cthulhu, it's like a more action-y Call of Cthulhu. It's a D100 system. There are techniques and stuff to learn. You study under martial arts masters. You learn how to shoot pew-pews. There's a whole magic system behind it and the setting in the comic. I'm Australian, so it's 5 p.m. I'm literally just catching up on messages before I piss. Alright, so you're another Aussie friend. Designs, who did one of the... we got an ad coming up in a minute. Designs, who did one of the variant covers, is actually an Aussie. So, So he's cool as shit as well. I know DZ. Oh, cool, cool. Yeah, then you know. He's cool as shit. He's good people. But yeah, we love his animations. We're in close by cities. Oh, nice. Do you guys, like, ever run into each other or anything? So I went down a rabbit hole, and I guess I'll wait for you guys to get back before I finish this story. It's not really a ghost story, but it is a rabbit hole, and it is terrifying if you live in the U.S. No, not really. Very different circles. Oh yeah, gotcha. Yeah, he and I are in similar niches just because he has done comic work before, so. And I'm gonna be blending this stuff a lot in a little bit. I think, according to my lighting guide, this is what it would look like, but I'm going to do blending in just a second. Actually, I think I'm gonna do this. But that is okay to have different circles and shit. I thought about not having the aura in here, but I kind of like the idea of showcasing the auras in each of the bookmarks. Like, hell, Goku gets to do it. Or like, you know, if this was for Ghost in the Shell or something, Bateau would have his gun or something. Mitoko Kusanagi would have her thing, her thermoptic camouflage, so she would be naked. She would be naked. Okay. Normally I wait, but I feel like doing it now. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I guess I can start telling my final ghost story, because I know it's getting late, and yeah, it is getting late, and it's 3 a.m., the witching hour. So, my wife and I started to date in 2018, and she lived up in not West Virginia, Winchester. I almost said West Virginia. No. We've been to West Virginia. We have never... we were in Western Virginia. How's that? And she lived in this old-ass building in downtown Winchester, on the Walking Mall. If you've ever been there, you've probably run into this place. It was right across the street from the best bagel place in the entire city, called Steamy's Bagels, and maybe he's renamed it in recent years, but Steamy's Bagels, oh my god, I want a bagel from there right now. I'm getting hungry now. Fuck. But her apartment was basically an old barber shop with an apartment on top. She was the only tenant in the building. This is going to be important. So, We start dating and everything, and I'm a horror movie nut. I write cosmic horror, so of course I love John Carpenter. I love The Thing. I love, what is it? The Void. I was obsessed with The Void at this time, and it was like one of my favorite films at the time. And I show her, and she's just like, never show me that again. That was terrifying, you know. So she's like that, but her apartment building is fucking haunted. One of the first times that I went over to her place, she takes me upstairs and shows me this fire damaged upper floor above her apartment. So there are 3 levels. There's it's like basically a townhome, but a business. You've probably seen some of these places if you live in an older city. Barbershop, ground floor, which is closed. No one works there. It's been not a thing, not a place of business for a very long time. And her apartment on the 2nd floor, and then up above are 2 rooms that have fire damage. And the moment we go up there, I feel a presence, like the hair on the back of my neck. I get goosebumps. I hear, and the hair on the back of my neck stands to attention. And I instantly say, "Oh yeah, there's something up here." And she's like, "Please don't say things like that," because it freaks her out a little bit. So meanwhile, it's pretty normal for her to come home and find some of the cabinets in the kitchen where the cat can't reach open. And she hears disembodied footsteps going up the stairs every night, even though the front door to the business and to the apartment, to the building, is locked. And I heard it too when I would stay there. So I would hear disembodied footsteps, which is not the first time that I have heard those. We heard them a lot on Ghost Road. You'll have to tune in another time for me to retell that story, because I've done it twice tonight. But I promise next time, tomorrow night, my friend Hesitation will be here, and he might be able to help me corroborate some stuff and add his own experiences on Ghost Road too. So it should be a good show. But okay, so the activity is fairly benign. Like, it feels more like it's residual. Like, she always said, "Oh, it's my old man walking up the steps doing his routine," and like, that seemed to be kind of accurate. So, you know, over the next couple of months, we're dating and everything, and the more I stay over there, the more activity and that she starts to experience too. And she starts, like, not wanting to be there, not wanting to be in her apartment, and it would be great to have her on as a guest to tell her side of this, because I only know, like, from my side of things and what she's told me and whatnot. So she has a whole other experience to relay to you guys at some point. So this all culminates kinda, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to not get ahead of myself. I do that sometimes. The activity continues to ramp up for her, and one night while we're watching horror movies, I don't remember exactly which one it was. It might have been one of the Conjuring films or something. But I hear her scream and jump down a two step landing into her living room. And she tells me, "I felt like I was being chased." So whatever was in her office, and like, this apartment was weird. There was a front bedroom, there was an office, and then there was a living room and a kitchen and a really tiny dining room, and then a long hallway with a bunch of stuff and whatnot on the side that led to the door. And after that, I started to feel like something was following me around in the apartment as well. Like, it didn't like me being there or something like that. Or at least that's how it felt. Like, it wasn't doing anything to me or anything like that. Because this is not my first time dealing with the paranormal or with weird shit happening in a house, and I'm not shook easily. I'm more likely to be like, all right, well, let's take care of this. Let's get rid of this shit. Than like, oh no, what will I ever do about the ghost? I don't care that much. Like, it freaks me out, sure, but at least I get a good story out of it. Like, if you're gonna haunt me, at least I'm gonna tell fucking everyone about it, because it's great conversation, you know? It's a great time. It's not great in the moment. Like, it's stressful sometimes dealing with these things. But so fast forward, shit's ramping up at her apartment. It's making it harder for her. Like, she doesn't feel safe there. She doesn't feel like it's her space anymore because of this thing. And so one night, it's like it's Thanksgiving or around Thanksgiving, and I'm staying there, and we both wake up at the same time and see an armoire that's built into the side of the wall of her room in her apartment. We see the door open by itself. Like, the doors, they open by themselves. And like, I thought maybe it's the cat or something at first, and then she's like, no, I put a hair tie around this thing to keep Wash from playing with it. And in any case, when Wash plays with something and he scampers off and you hear him, I saw this thing open by itself, I'm telling you. So after that, I was like, all right, this shit's escalating. And you know, so I call up my friend, who I explained earlier believed he could astral project through phones. It sounds dumb, but, and I'm no longer friends with this guy anyway. We call him Weeb right now for the sake of these stories. We're not going to reveal his real name or anything like that, because we're not going to do that. But, so Weeb believed he could astral project, and I've done like energy work and stuff like that, and that has worked in the past to get rid of hauntings and weird shit and shadow people and stuff. Long story short, take it with a grain of salt. If you don't believe it, I don't blame you, and like, it's fine. I am a skeptic too, believe it or not. I am also a science communicator too, so I encourage people to not think, and I'm gonna talk about a theory of cognition in a little bit in relation to this stuff, and it can kind of put things in perspective, but I still think it is interesting and it bears discussion. How could a door do that, though? Yeah, there was no like, there's no pressure or what have you to explain that. There's no way, at least I can conceivably think of, that would explain why it did that. It's really weird. Like, and the disembodied footsteps too are, I think, the biggest thing that convinces me that there is something at least going on. Whether I know what that is, and I don't, and I will never claim to know. Like, I don't subscribe to the idea that shadow people are like from the future or some bullshit. Turns out the world is actually flat and it just tilted for a moment. Oh, totally, yeah. Now the cats just knocked it over, you know? So I decide to contact my friend, who helped me get rid of another thing that tried to possess my roommate, apparently. That is a wild fucking story, but I already told it twice. Maybe I told it twice? I don't remember. In any case, he helps me, and I'm like sitting at a diner down the street waiting for Shannon to get off work, for my future wife to get off work, and he's like, okay, I took care of it. But here's the thing. At first I was like, no, you didn't. There's no way that you took care of it. There's no way it was that fast. We're over here. We're like almost half a kilometer away from the building. It's probably not even that far. But we're on the walking mall, and it's at least a 5-minute walk back to her apartment. And he claims he got rid of it. And he described it as a short shadow person thing, like an imp. And then he said there are other spirits in the house, but they're not a problem, right? And wife was actually pretty annoyed that he did that without consulting her, and I wasn't going to do anything without her being there. He just decided to do it, and you know, you should always ask permission before you do anything, even if you don't believe that the thing that they're doing is a real thing, if that makes sense. But whatever he did, it worked. It's gone. At that point, it's gone. Gone. It's gone. And wife is able to go back to living in her apartment. Like, she's still nervous about it, but there's no ghosts or anything like that. I think the old man is still there, but that's it. Doesn't feel like there's this weird thing there. And here's the thing that's weird. So Weeb actually described the thing that she dreamed about. So she had a dream at some point where when this stuff was escalating to its I guess apex. If that's the right word. And it was like a shadow person imp. Meanwhile, the ghost in someone else's house, right? It was like a shadow person imp, and it wouldn't let her into her bedroom for some reason. And Weeb described it without ever having talked to her about it. So when I say a broken clock is right twice a day, literally this clock was right twice about this kind of thing. So I don't know if astral projection is real, but that is certainly a wild coincidence if true, right? And that was it. It was gone. And we haven't had a paranormal experience since. Like, nothing that was, like, noteworthy. Like, you have feelings all the time. Like, our previous residence that we rented was 100 years old. So we felt weird things, but nothing that was hostile like this, you know, like the things that I've dealt with in the past. So pretty interesting, and I'm happy. That's pretty wild. I certainly don't have an answer for how he knew the dream. Right, exactly. And like, it makes me wonder if he actually was describing the thing that was going after, and like, there's no context for this, and I might just tell this story again anyway, just because it is a good story. So for context, in 2015, I moved in with some roommates, and we were working in the grocery industry, basically. I was a vendor for a chip company, and they both worked at, these sisters worked at Food Lion and stuff. And so I was living there on the top floor. This was a 3-level townhouse. And the 3-level townhouse, where I was on the top floor, I had an office and a bedroom on the top floor. The other sister had the master bedroom, and the other sister, her teenager, and her newborn baby, this is going to be important later, stayed in the basement. It was a fully furnished basement. Had a fireplace, a big open living room type space that they used as the mother's bedroom. Basically, the teenager stayed in a room that had no windows, so she should not have been staying there. That is technically illegal. And there was down there a washer and dryer, a laundry room, and the water heater too. So a couple months pass. Some amount of time passes, and I go down to do my laundry, and this is before the imp. So I go down to do my laundry, and it feels like I got smacked in the face with a wall of static. Like my vision feels like it's got static over it, and I have described this feeling and this look to whenever there is a presence of something, I always feel the hair raise on the back of my neck. I feel like I'm being watched. And sometimes I also see static. Like, it's weird. So I feel like there's a negative presence down there, and I'm like doing my laundry and getting the fuck out of there because it feels like it doesn't want me there. And, you know, that's weird. I haven't told Weeb about it yet in the story, but later on, I'm sitting outside, and I kind of want to bring it up because it's weird, and I'm wondering if I'm the only one experiencing the activity. And she just comes out and says it. So after I mentioned the weird feeling that I had going into the basement, and she's like, yeah, my sister kind of did a seance because we were having some weird haunting activity down there. And apparently she never believed in ghosts before this or anything. And this was a little more than a ghost, apparently. Because, and then, like, that's all I had to know. Okay, well, we'll take care of it. Like it's pest control or something, you know? And I call up Weeb. And like I said, he believes he can astral project through a phone, so we decide to get rid of it. And through meditation and energy practices or what have you, we get rid of this thing. And it could have just not been him, but he described this thing as having a long torso, being a shadowy creature with talons, claws, talons, whatever, and a long snout, and then like 2 horns or something like that. Maybe I'm making that up. But the other parts were definitely what he described. He called it the Lamia, which is weird, and it makes me think of Drag Me to Hell, which is a often slept on Sam Raimi film. I love Sam Raimi, by the way. And after that, he's like, he claims, and this sounds a lot like cultural appropriation, but he's a big, like I said, he's a weeb, so he's like, hey, we're gonna use a shintai and we're gonna get rid of it. And I'm like, how about we use a beer bottle cap, because I was freshly divorced and drinking a lot. And he's like, yeah, that'll work. And I'm like, well, fuck it. And, you know, I was taking this with a grain of salt, and it was like, all right, well, better safe than sorry, I guess. This is what he's saying. And I take the thing out on my route, and he's telling me, throw it somewhere. And I chose Walmart in Manassas because fuck Walmart. But that ended it. That got rid of it. There was no more activity in the house ever again as long as I was there. Walmart, yeah. The Waltons used to visit that location and dine with the manager there, and he was a huge prick. So I hope he got haunted. Actually, I take that back. I would not wish, if what my roommate told me after the fact, after we got rid of it, is true, I would not wish that on anyone, even my worst enemies. So later on, she comes home from work, and she's like, oh my god, thank you for getting rid of it. Like, she feels it immediately that it's gone. And she starts to tell me that, okay, so my teenager was hearing disembodied voices and shit was flying off the walls, and there was probably some other stuff in there that I've forgotten. And then she starts telling me that she's been waking up at 3 a.m. every morning, hearing hissing over her baby's crib, and the baby is crying. So I don't put any stock into the idea that 3 a.m. is the witching hour or something like that. I don't believe in that. But it is kind of funny that so much of my weird experiences, a lot of them do happen at 3 a.m. So I don't know. Maybe that's just some kind of weird observation of a real phenomenon. I don't know. Or a way of explaining a real phenomenon, and it's for some other reason. I don't know. I don't know. And take that with a grain of salt. So she tells me that this has been going on for weeks. That when she wakes up in the morning, she sees shadow people, and they follow her upstairs to the bathroom. They yank on her hair and stuff, and they mess with her constantly while she's getting ready for work. And then she tells me at the end that, you know, she was hearing the hissing, right? Waking up, hearing the hissing over the baby's crib. And then she's like, and then I woke up one night at 3 a.m. and I was the one hissing. And I got chills. And I was like, well, you don't have to deal with it anymore, so you're welcome. And she and I did not get along, too. So, like, I could tell she was actually grateful about this because, you know, otherwise, she has not always been charitable to me in our history, and we no longer have content. Was she was hissing? Yeah, she was the one hissing at the baby, and it stopped. It stopped after that. After we got rid of it, so and it's gone. It's the South Park meme. Let's go ahead and invest this ghost into some, and it's gone. Into some possession stocks, and it's gone. So, like, and I learned about this after the fact. That's the weird thing about some of these experiences. Like, weird things match up. Like the disembodied footsteps on Ghost Road, too. That's wild. Meanwhile, the Walmart, right? Fuck that Walmart. I hated that Walmart. And now everyone's like, I think there's aliens here. Damn's ghosts. But yeah, so there are a couple of my ghost stories. I've got a couple more, but yeah. I tell them whenever there's new people and they want to hear them, but generally I try not to tell them every stream. Just because, you know, that would get old for the audience. Like, if it's new for them, then the audience also, the regulars get something out of it too, you know? But yeah, a lot of fun. Ghost stories are a lot of fun. Unless they're happening to you in the moment. Then they suck. So I hope you guys enjoyed that little story. We're gonna finish this up, hopefully, so that I can do a reveal for it. I got for one for you if you're interested, absolutely, and I'll read it off. That is part of what we do here. Oh, thank you, Persephone. Greatly appreciate that follow. Feel free to take a minute to compose it. Be as detailed as you like. But yeah, some of my experiences, they definitely inform my cosmic horror and stuff, and just the horror that I gravitate toward. So I feel like even if I'm hallucinating all of this shit, Even if that is the case, which I don't think it is, really, at least I'm adding a layer of perceived reality to my horror, you know. And hopefully that aids in scaring the shit out of some people. I mean, and we got an ad starting in 40 seconds. You have been warned. And I want to run this texture blender over this, fade it out a little bit. I don't want to do it too extreme, though, because we're going to add a haze layer over this for the lightning, his favorite focus element. Ad starts in 1 second. I'll see you guys back here after the ad. Please remember that we did not choose these sponsors. They dragged us into a back alley at knife point and forced us to show you their wares. And if Walmart is one of the ads, fuck them. And the Waltons. Gives my voice a break, at least. Secrets, you got secrets, don't we all? Haha. Alright, you guys should be back now. So feel free to drop that story in the chat whenever you feel like. Polnose. And my back is starting to complain a little bit, but I think this is going to be a dope bookmark. And these are going to be a set of 5 with all of the characters that are going to be introduced in between chapter 1 and 2. So it features this guy, features Keelan, the main character. Great folio in ArtStation. Love the Cthulhu piece, giving me Man-Thing vibes. Oh, thank you. I also have a Kara. I don't know if the Kara showed up. If you want to check out Kara, that's also... Boop. That's some of my newer comic work and stuff, and I have a couple of my book covers on there too that I've designed for. The Mines Horizon one is my favorite that I designed recently. What is Kara? Oh, it's a AI-free, actually, like, AI is against their terms of service, like, so you can't post AI or what have you. So it's an anti-AI art sharing website. So I stopped using ArtStation because they were okay with AI, and I didn't want to use DeviantArt, so I started using Kara to host my newer stuff, at least. Doesn't mean I'm gonna remove the stuff off. Ooh, nice, yeah. AI crapola scraping from ArtStation/Epic. Yeah. I figured, like, my stuff was getting scraped from them anyway, my horror stuff at least, and that's mostly what I posted there at the time. I don't know if I have any of my comic work on there. I don't think I do, because I was not happy with a lot of my work prior to working on this one, and I've taken a lot of it down. Necessary evil just because established. Yeah. So, like, I'm sure some of that stuff's been used for their ArtStation. Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of jobs through ArtStation and stuff like that, too. Like, if I wanted to get a job in the industry, it would be easier with ArtStation, I'm sure, at least in the video game industry. But yeah, looking for somewhere else to host. Absolutely, absolutely. Like, ArtStation kind of sucks now. Like, why... Like, I don't know. Like, and DeviantArt also totally shot itself in the fucking foot with, like, a 12 gauge. I might want to go back and fix some of my cross-arm poses, because I feel like I could improve them now. Ooh. But yeah, look, my work. Yeah. I got you. I understood. But we are plugging away at this piece. Hopefully we can get it done and then add the haze layer, and it'll all be Gucci. In fact, I think I'm gonna do this. Well, Mr. Eric, it has been a day. Thanks for all the company while I did house stuff and stories. I'll see you next time. Well, have a wonderful night, Bracken Stardust. Thank you once again for joining me tonight. I hope you have a wonderful sleep and no nightmares at all. None. And oh yeah, selections are so useful. I used to think they were cheating. Okay, so Polnose, it has a story for us. When I was about 14, my stepdad randomly got a terminal illness and passed away over the course of a day. We had to move back to our old house. I never really had a great relationship with the guy, rather abusive actually. He left me a bunch of stuff though, one of the items being a super crazy big TV, a CRT TV. It was one of his prized possessions. Months later, it's close to my birthday and the TV just randomly starts turning on and off, which was wildly annoying to me. Oh, is there another part to the story? We will find out soon. Next time on Ghost Ball Z. that is, you know, I sympathize with that. My dad was also not a good person and wildly abusive to both me and my brother, my half-brother. And it's probably why he became kind of a jerk, too. Not to go into a lot of detail on that or anything, but bad dads are kind of bad parental figures are very common in my life. Unfortunately. Alright, the next part is it always seemed to do it randomly, but it got weirder because every time my mom would come around, it started turning up and down the volume. My birthday came up weeks after it started, and during this day, the TV was going crazy. My mom said, maybe it's dawn, and the TV turned off. I was always skeptical of spirits and stuff like that, so I said, if it's dawn, turn the TV on. TV turns on. I say next, change the channel, and it scrolls up one channel, then down one channel. Then it changed channels rapidly up to my exact birthday number, turned off, and never turned on again. As in, like, you couldn't even get it to turn on? That's wild. Yeah, chills, man. Well, I don't know what your pronouns are, but yeah, it was broken forever. Holy shit. That ghost said, you know what? If I can't have my TV, and like do your best Eustace bag impression, if I can't have my TV, no one will have it. Stupid dog, you make me look bad. Ooga booga booga. Very Eustace bag energy. Right. I loved Courage the Cowardly Dog. It was such a good show. And my bot is just, I think it's Stream Elements. I have both Streamlabs and Stream Elements, and like I only use them for alerts. They're not like used for anything else. I'm wondering if I should like switch to just using my own shit. Like I've heard bad things about both. Usually people tell me it's all coincidence, but it was enough to stick with me and my mom forever. Yeah, I mean... Now, here's the interesting thing about paranormal stuff like this. And human consciousness is weird. There is a new theory, I appreciate your response to it. Yeah, I mean... We don't know one way or another. We don't know whether it was really your dad as a ghost inhabiting the TV or something more residual. But because it was responding to you, hell, I don't know you personally, but I've had a lot of weird paranormal experiences. So I'm not going to doubt someone immediately until they give me reason to doubt them. You know what I'm saying? Like, and... There's a lot of strange stuff that happens on this planet. Our universe is so much more interesting than we sometimes give it credit for. And my cat wants in, so. Which might mean that we have time for a cat tax. Come on. Hello, baby girl. Would you like to say hello to your public? She's like, fuck no, I don't. Oh, I got the kitty. Oh, all right, we're going full screen. She does not like this. Like, Dad, not again. Oh no. Okay, I'm trying to shift hands and she's fighting me. She's like, no, this is the third time tonight. Oh, here. Nope. That's the wrong one. You can't blame me for that. Pretty baby. Yeah, she's Okay, I got her. It's okay. One more time, and then no more bugging you. That's really my only strange experience like that. Yeah. So this is my baby. She's blind, but she is the best. She's the best worst cat. And she's going... Oh, I usually receive battle damage for showing one of my cats at calls. Yeah. She got me a couple of times, but it's okay. Here. Okay, that's enough. I'm not gonna make you or show you off any more than that. Like, she just really doesn't like being picked up. She loves being the center of attention, though. So I figure I'm honoring her normal best wishes. Like, she loves being pet by strangers. You know, she is the best cat. But recently she went blind, and she's been having some trouble adjusting to it, too. So I try not to do that as often as I have on tonight's stream. Yeah, she got me pretty good. We are minions serving our furry overlords. Yep. We're just gonna do some kind of detail like this. Oh, wait. Thanks for making me aware of Kara. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they, it's one person that run, like, it's not owned by a billionaire yet, I guess. There's always that caveat. So, you know, there's no AI, there's none of that bullshit. It's run off their own servers and stuff like that, so it's, at the moment, I think it's the best alternative to some of this other stuff, where your stuff's not automatically going to be gobbled up by the machine. Like, Instagram, I'm sure, is 100% training their stupid fucking meta AI on our stuff, while also suppressing us in the algorithm. Fuck. But yeah, if you guys want to give me a follow on there, and you start posting too, I'll give you a follow back at some point in the future. I do believe in the indie author philosophy that the rising tide lifts all boats. This is also a... You know, we're good about networking and stuff here too. Ground control, in my way, well taught my day in team, or self-control. Me and blue, so I knew what I had to. Did it my way. I did it my way. We're almost done with this. Yeah, already done it. Does auto-link back to ArtStation as well, which is great to start. Yeah. Sweet. Alright, sweet. Okay, followed you back. Now you have one follower on Kara. And, like, I have noticed that, like, there's a lot more artists on Kara than art appreciators. And, like, artists are art appreciators, but you know what I mean. People who are non-artists who also appreciate art. Cheers, man. Indeed. Like, I hope people like these bookmarks when I get them printed up. God, my brain is like going, "You've been going for 7.5 hours." I'm like, yeah, but I need to finish this. Like, so there is a little bit of the whole you get a lot of likes on Kara sometimes, and not a whole lot of people like following your stuff. But it's still new, you know. So there's still time for it to change and whatnot. But I am so very ready for this this AI bubble to fucking burst. And I think it will probably happen soon, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Okay. Then we're going to blend this as well. It's been my recent addition to my process for some colors, not all of them. Then I'm going to have to go back to some pages on Chapter 2 and fix Rise's tattoos. Because if you notice here, I did this glow, and it looks fucking dope. Like, I need to add that to all the shit that I've done for her in Chapter 2. Because, like, I was trying to figure out how best to do it in the chapter as well. So, it's fun to find those new things that I need to do. And this really should not have taken 6 hours. Or however long I've spent on it. But, you know, that's what happens when I'm yapping. And that's okay. That is why we're going to be cutting out the Monday streams, and maybe if next week's Wednesday show is not, like, as... Maybe if, like, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays are my big days, then, you know, I can do streaming late nights 3 times a week instead of 4 or 5, because that is a lot. And it's a lot to ask my audience to be here, you know? And because you guys have lives and stuff like that, so you got shit to do. You got bubblegum to chew, and you're all out of bubblegum. For higher power, he's gonna do the same. You ain't getting that you matter. The universe doesn't know your name. Call. Only a matter of time. Yeah, I mean, there's things I definitely think AI will be good for, but it doesn't need to destroy our environment or our communities. You know, it doesn't need to destroy people's jobs, especially when it's bad at it. You know, like, is AI good in cybersecurity? Yeah, probably. But we don't need all these data centers doing all this bullshit to, like, every one of our communities that have been affected by it. I might want to do liquefy on that, actually. Yeah, it's just... There's a whole lot of willful, like, industrial revolution amounts of evil business people doing evil business things to ordinary people, and that needs to stop. And, like, there needs to be regulations. Regulations are good for us. Because it helps keep us alive. Like, I think I heard that Sora shut down because it's just not profitable. Self-terminating no-end case business model, as no one wants to pay a premium for slot-generated just accountants and execs wanting to make cold headcount savings without understanding actual cost of fixing nonsense. They will need to start hiking subscriptions, and once it really costs a premium, a lot will fall away. Also, nothing generated can be copyrighted, officially owned, or patented, so has no protection, no IP ownership, and therefore has no real value other than for clicks. Apologies for lack of punctuation. No, you're good. Yeah, it's, but in the short term, it's causing a lot of problems. It's disrupting things. God, I love Ryan Johnson's Glass Onion for how it just like totally fucking makes fun of billionaires like Elon Musk and everything for all the dumb shit that they say. Like, everyone thought that motherfucker was Tony Stark incarnate, but turns out he's just a dipshit. He's just a dipshit with a good PR team, and even they couldn't save him from himself. Like, that's why every freaking rich person, rich CEO type in my cyberpunk stuff is a fucking moron. They're, like, the worst people in the world, and, like, you wonder sometimes how they survive, and it's because they have competent people around them, sort of. You know, but they generally are. Yeah. CEOs are fucking idiots. Middle management types, too. Like, can't stand people like that. All right, we're getting close. We're getting close. We're gonna add that haze layer. Maybe a few lightning bolts sparking around him, Dragon Ball style. Bakers. Oh man, I used to have access to Bakers, and like they were pretty good as like a fast food joint. I know that's probably not what you're saying. But now I want Bakers. Or In-N-Out. Oh, I miss In-N-Out. Like, one of the few things that I miss about California was the food. California has some dope fucking food. But I complained enough at, like, the Mexican restaurants out here that they started carrying carne asada fries, so... Score? Which is also pretty funny. Like, unless someone else... I'm sure there are other people requesting it, too. Like, I'm not the only person who loves carne asada fries out here, I am sure. Because, meanwhile, me with an interview for middle management next Tuesday. Aww. I'm not... Don't take that as, like, not all middle managers are bad, you know? There are good middle managers, but there's a lot of horror stories about people like that. So, Pool knows I'm not trying to say that you're one of the bad middle managers. And I hope you do well in your interview. Like, you gotta do what you gotta do to survive, you know? For me, it's hustling and trying to get as many people to back my... Yeah. Yeah, you get it, you know. You know, there are good managers out there. Like, it's wild, I know. Crazy concept, but, like, so many terrible people who should not be in management at all get promoted, and I don't understand it. Like, people who don't understand how to foster and encourage good workers, you know, who don't go on power trips and things like that, you know. There are good managers out there, and I sincerely hope that you are one of them. Yeah, I just met you, so I don't know, you know. But you know, the world we live in, it's getting harder and harder to make a living doing anything other than slaving away. And you know, this is kind of my last shot to be able to do what I love, what I've wanted to do since I was 12. Like fucking A. And I funded my Kickstarter. Fucking crazy. We got an ad coming in 1 minute. We're about to finish this up, though. Let's see what Liquify will do for me. Ooh. That actually looks pretty cool. So I might keep that. Ad starts in 10 seconds. Please remember that we did not choose these sponsors. They dragged us into a back alley and forced us to stare into the Necronomicon of ad placements. We want a little bit of fade on the inks too. And I believe you're back. We're gonna finish up with, as you can see, come on, zoom. Do as I ask. Open up your pocketbooks. Congregation, please open up your books to Psalm 69. I have a theory about why there is mostly bad managers. Good people are usually hardworking, and companies see that, which keeps them locked in place. Often people believe that they don't have what it takes to, and when you get into these roles, it's very cutthroat because of the nature of management. I see all of this and hope to be the difference wherever I go. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes bad managers put people off from wanting to do management type positions, you know? Managing people is hard too. Like, I'm pretty good at project management. 100%, yeah. It's not an easy skill set. And control freaks or narcissists can find themselves gravitating towards those positions. Like, the key would be for companies to recognize that this is a problem, be like, well, we want to prevent this. So how do we weed out bad managers? So maybe having like a trial period or something, you know, where that person is tested out in certain situations. Or if there's a personality test or something. I don't know how much stock I put into personality tests, though, you know? Oh, I need to do his eyes, too. I forgot. But I hope you get it. We need more good managers doing good things and good works. Buongiorno. Hello, Lilypad. How you doing? We're finishing up work on a bookmark for the Kickstarter. And after this one, we'll have... Oops. After this one, we will have 3 more to make. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate it. Yeah. Good vibes being sent your way. Yeah, I despise a lot of corporate culture, you know. It's definitely not for me. Just if a lot of it feels soulless, you know. Like, but there are good things about companies, like, and company structures. I mean, I have an LLC. Oh, thank you, Polnose. Thank you so much. Thank you. And here's what you get for that. We have emotes. And these are all my emotes. 2 of them are currently XGR themed. Aw. I just woke up from a fat nap and can't seem to focus my eyes properly. I should just go back to bed. Oh yeah, absolutely. I will not be offended if you are like, I just want to go back to bed. If you want to keep me on to... Because we're going to be ending soon. You totally jump scared me, Bullnose, with that. But thank you for the subscription. And we are... I don't know how many of these lightning bolts I want to do. The Bok. So the story behind that... Our resident cinnamon bun owl, she is a lovely German person, and she basically sent me, while I was streaming back in 2020, before I gave up for the first time art streaming, sent me a video that is called the Chicken Song. Now, I can't play it on here anymore because of copyright. It is, like, it would mute the stream and stuff, so I had to stop using it as a redeem, and it was just a fun thing that we did, and we all just like start acting like idiots. And it's at some point I'll try to find it and I'll post it in chat. Maybe next time that I stream, because it is getting late, and I need to do the cat's medicines as soon as I'm done here. I love lightning bolts. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah. So I created an emote to celebrate it, and that's where that is. Like, the Cthulhu is pretty self-explanatory, and there's a jade in her dress. And that was based off of an image where she was just looked really annoyed about being in a dress. Chicken attack. It's where the chicken is dancing, and it's funny. Like, maybe I can find it. Chicken dance song. Oh, here it is. Okay, here you guys go. You're welcome. Found it. I found it. You're welcome. Unhinged ADHD shit is what we get up to in here. Yep, I think that's funny. That is incredibly funny. Then I think I want one up here. Yeah, see? It's fucking funny. I think this will be the last one. $2.8 billion views on that, right? No wonder they started, you know, not striking people. No one ever struck me for it, but it did mute streams. And I thought it was just like a public domain thing. Ooh, can I use bullet? Let's use bullet. Yeah, right? It would be such a great redeem. But alas, I had to discontinue it. It turns all the time, and my grass is always green. And people don't seem to mind when they don't say what I mean. Alright, we're gonna make this look all neon-y. I really like this font. Blambot has some of the best fonts, let me tell you. Let me tell you! And we're almost done. And this far away, it kinda looks like rain. Alright. That's a pretty dope bookmark. I don't know about you. What do you guys think? And I think this, well, I'm gonna sign them too in the physical, so I won't put my artist signature on it like this. Oh, crap. Lovely work. Thank you. And I started, like, the one I did for Keelan took 3 hours, and I expected this one to take the same amount of time. But my buddy hesitation kept distracting me. And it's thinking. So I'll go ahead and show you guys the other bookmark for Keelan. The word mockups, bookmarks. And this one's going to open. So here's the other one. I think I might change it up a little bit and add their names. So, shit. Like, I love that blue. But, a lot of fun. Like, I'll probably add Keelan's name here, too. And that way, each of them has a different vibe. But yeah, I think tomorrow night we'll be actually working on some layouts, and then I'll try to get one of those bookmarks done every day for the or not every day, but two a week should be good, because I do need to make moves on chapter 3, because I want to try to deliver 23 pages a month. I don't know how realistic that is. But, and if, you know, we do get the Kickstarter to a, you know, if we do get to our, like, final stretch goal, I'm not saying that's going to be possible, but it would be nice, you know, then I can, you know, add a surprise, you know, chapter 3 is included now. Thank you guys so much, that sort of thing. So, all right. Once again, we are working on a cyberpunk battle manga that is like Dragon Ball had a Lovecraftian baby with Akira. So if you want to check out that Kickstarter, head to the link pinned in the chat, and consider pledging. There are lots of rewards ranging from $5, $20, $12, and then there are some bigger ones for those of you who want to get all the things. But there are a lot of different price ranges. The comic books are already done, so there's not going to be months or years waiting for something that is, you know, promised in the beginning, and then, you know, like so many other, Kickstarters are like the thing's not done, and then you wait years to get it, and we're not doing that at all. We got a lot of great stuff coming though, and you know, that being said, this stream, although, you know, we are working on the thing, we do lots of other things too. So if you're here for the ghost stories and the art, sorry for coughing, thank you just so much for being here, for subscribing, for following, for just giving your time and your ears to this show. And we're going to be back here tomorrow night, or tonight, actually, technically, after I sleep, and then we'll be back here at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna find somebody to raid. Let's see who is live. Oh, Chikuri just left. So okay. So Polar Cartoons. Who is Polar? Chuck Art is online. Corgi Nub is online. Chuck Art's doing some cool shit. Let's raid Chuck. Chuck seemed to have cool vibes. Oh, thank you. How you doing, Hugo? Yeah, we're gonna raid, but hope you're doing well. We're gonna jump into Chuck's stream since he's doing the thing. Real quick, I want to go ahead and thank you guys. I want to thank Polnose for subscribing at Tier 1. Thank you so much. Persephone for following. Shiny Dynamic, Phil, thank you for following. XX Grenade, thank you for following. Philarty McGuffin for following. Polnose for following. And Davy B Draws for raiding us earlier. Thank you to Wife, who is original Quinn, for redeeming Old Man Voice. Mr. Chisler for the 35 stream streak. Holy crap, not like this. And Hesitation Vibes for subscribing with Prime. And Hesitation Vibes for following. Skyla Dashi for following. I'm thinking Harbies for following. Corgi Nub for the shout out. Movie Time Redeem from Quinn. Oh, we're getting into yesterday's. All right, you get it. Anyway, we had fun. Aw, been sick? Well, I hope you feel better. I hope you get some rest and some relaxation. And next time that I see you, hopefully you're feeling just a little bit better. And we're going to be back here at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard later today again, because I apparently am just, I'm a workhorse. And we're going to be working on more of the Cyberpunk Battle manga. We're going to be doing layouts and working through all the struggle busing and whatnot. And I hope to see some of you back here. If you're able to make it, great. If not, there's a VOD. I'll see you guys next time, Space Cowboys. And, oh yeah, I guess use some, say Eric Raid, exclamation point. I forgot to do the thing. I'm a good streamer, I swear. Alright, I'll see you guys next time. Oh.